We will call to order the City Council regular meeting agenda for Monday, March the 25th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. If you'll all please rise, remove your hats if you have one on. We'll have Councilmember Cade will lead us in an invocation, followed by Councilmember Hernandez with our pledges.
Thank you, Mayor. You'll bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for all the people gathered here tonight. Thank you especially for our police and fire departments, and please keep them safe as they watch over our city. Thank you for the residents that are here tonight. As they're here to speak to us, please also guide the council and mayor, help us make wise decisions. Keep us all safe, keep a hedge of protection around us as we go home tonight, and let everything we do here tonight please you. We pray in your precious name, amen.
Please join me in reciting the pledge of the United States flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you for everyone coming out tonight to your City Hall. We have a packed full agenda. We will move through, but I would be remiss if we didn't say this coming weekend is Easter weekend. Good Friday coming up. City offices will be closed for Good Friday. Hopefully you'll take the opportunity to celebrate the reason for Easter and all of those great things that's coming up this weekend. With that, moving forward in our agenda, roll call and certification of quorum. Madam Secretary, I will certify that we do have a quorum present as all members of the council are present and accounted for. With that, we will turn to citizens' comments. I know we have several that were turned in, one under general, others under a specific item that's on the agenda. So we'll call the general comments now. Mayor Pro Tem will do that. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor. We have David Lee here this evening. If you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak, and thank you for coming out this evening.
And always good to see you.
Good to see you too, Mayor and City Council. Good to see you again. Last time I was here, I think I spoke a little bit about Longwood Drive, and of course I want to keep that in the forefront in everybody's mind. That is a capital improvements project that is on the city's slate of projects to do. Of course, the Longwood Drive has, I understand it's worn down pretty bad because of the weather, and I understand what that's going on. But I believe there's a lot of residents there who have been complaining about all the potholes and everything. What's interesting is there was your street crew that came out, I think about two, maybe 3 weeks ago, to fill in some of those potholes. I thought it was interesting that they would fill 1 or 2, 3 potholes and then just keep on going, driving down the street, and left the street with remaining potholes. So I guess my question is to City Council, to engineering, do we need to label each pothole to be filled? Apparently cars are still driving down, they're still avoiding those potholes. I just thought it was interesting that they would only fill a few, yet they had a crew out there that had the asphalt, they had the ability to do it, and they didn't do it. So I think, if a crew's out there for efficiency purposes, they should go ahead and fill those holes. I don't know what the issue was, if they've run out of asphalt or coming back, not coming back. I don't know. I hope that gets addressed. Thank you.
Good comment. Thank you for your comment, Mr. Lee. Lorenzo, maybe before Mr. Lee leaves for the evening, you could touch base with him and answer that question for him. That'd be great. Thank you for that. I think that's all of our general comments.
That is correct.
With that, we will move forward for public hearing number 1. Who's presenting? Martin?
Everybody is new business too.
Is it for general comment or is it for a specific item? Okay.
Yeah, as I mentioned, general comments there. Under a specific item, we will call you up. All right. Thank you for that. Martin, if you'll put into the record the reason for the public hearing and move into the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So for public hearing number 1, this is request by Kurt Attaway, applicant on behalf of Vineyard Christian Fellowship of Pearland owner for approval of a conditional use permit for the expansion of a church use within the Neighborhood Services District on approximately 4.747 acres of land. This property is generally located at 2905 Harkey Road here in Pearland. So as stated, this is for expansion of an existing church. The future land use is business commercial, and we have had no public comments either in opposition or support for this request. Here you can see the zoning of the property where it shows neighborhood services, and then that future land use designation with business commercial. So this property is generally surrounded by residential uses. You've got West Oaks subdivision to the west, a single-family home to the north. You've got some offices and warehouse off of Burdett Street, and then some undeveloped property just to the south of the subject property. So this property was annexed into the city in 1997. The city council approved a conditional use permit for a church to be developed on the property in 2008. The property was platted in 2014 and the church was constructed in 2017. Here you can get a view looking in towards the property. And then here is where that expansion of the new building is proposing to take place. These are a couple of renderings of the proposed new construction. And then staff found that this met the criteria for approval of a conditional use permit. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use designation. And then staff recommended approval of this request. This went to the past Planning and Zoning Commission for their consideration. At that meeting, the P&Z voted 6-0, and there were no additional conditions tacked on to this conditional use permit. With that, Mayor, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you for that. I see Mr. Attaway here. Do you have a presentation, or are you just here to answer any questions? Perfect. Thank you for being here. If we have a question, we'll call you up to the podium there. With that, we will move forward in the public hearing. For those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request, can go to the podium, give me your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing no one moving in that direction, we'll turn it over to City Council for questions, comments, and concerns. Seeing none, we will close this docketed public hearing and move to new business item number 1. Mr. Carbone, would you place that on the table, please?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, Resolution R 2024-CUP 24-07. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report, opportunity for council questions and comments. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Tuman?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, moving forward in our agenda, consent agenda, we had quite a few items pulled. I'm going to read those out real quick. Items E, F, H, I, J, K, N, O, P, Q, R, S, V, W, and X. So with that, Ms. Chavarria, if you would present the consent agenda items A through Y with the exception of what I just read.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action of approval of the consent agenda items A through Y with the exception of E, F, H through K, N through S, and V through X. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Tuman?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right. With that, we will move to new business items continued. Mr. Koza, if you would present new business item number 2, please.
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, second and final reading of ordinance number 2000M-255. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I believe we have several citizens that had signed up to speak, 3. So we will call them at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, if you'll present them.
Yes, Mayor. First up will be Chris Dieter. If you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for coming out this evening.
My name is Chris Dieter. I live at 11218 Armstrong Lane, in Pearland, of course. I've come to the meeting about the town center, about the apartment complex that is being proposed to be built. Last time I was here, I wanted to say that I was opposed to it, basically because of safety, noise, extra people going to be within the area, creating congestion for the streets. We do have areas of the neighborhoods that there's already 5 complexes that are apartment complexes and/or condos. And this is just going to create more issues with the homeowners within that area. Home values, I don't see them going up. I would see them going down. That is something that is a concern to a lot of the homeowners, but also the safety, the water, where the water would be going as far as land drainage, basically. And of course, that area, to me, has not been patrolled very well. Our homeowners do ask for more patrolling within the area. We do hear a lot of ambulances and/or fire trucks. Occasionally, you will see a cop, not very often. The mall itself, to me, has gone down as far as the attendance, the people that wish to go there, because the stores are not necessarily what you'd find, let's say, in Sugar Land. And the development is for businesses, trying to get them to come in there, maybe have more of an upscale business. What do you see? You see schools. The school being there does not attract people as far as wanting to come to a mall. I know there's a lot of land there, but it's something that that could be used for other purposes other than living. Put in something that would be more attractive to the people to want to come to the town center and not necessarily find that it's going to be something that's going to create more chaos as far as the noise and the traffic and, of course, crime. I do see that a lot of people, as far as the apartment complexes, they do get run down and they do not fix them up. 8-10 years down the road, it's going to look bad. And that's going to be something that I would be concerned with as a homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dieter.
Thank you for coming out. Our next speaker will be Norma Munoz. If you would make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for coming out this evening.
My name is Norma Munoz. My address is 2704 Royal Creek Court, and that's in Pearland, in Shadow Creek Ranch. And I'm here to strongly oppose the apartments that are proposed in back of the town center. I moved in 2007, and when I moved, I'm speaking of the area west of 288, north of South Fork. It was 2 apartment complex, now it's 1. It's called the Villas. It was built in 2006. Those are 560 units. That is all that was there in the area. And now, since 2006, we have Stella at Shadow Creek, 392 units, Residence at Pearland, 234 Sladestone, 360 units. Barron Park Apartments, 347. Avenues at Shadow Creek, 300. The Retreat, 370. Radius, 350. The Columns, 382. Cortland, Avion, 276. Cortland Lux, 324. Alon at Shadow Creek, 376. And when they finish Ivy Lofts, which is between Cracker Barrel and Bass Pro Shop, that's 335 units. That's a total of 4,506 units. That's almost 4,000 more than when I moved into the area. Had I known that it was going to be 4,500, I may, and my husband as well, we probably would have reconsidered moving to the area. That's not taking into account the apartments that are east of 288. That's just within a 4-mile radius. Ivy Lofts being the one that's furthest north, and the residents in the town center being the furthest south. I don't think that this is feasible. Our schools are overcrowded, there's gonna be more traffic, but more than anything, it's the amount of units. It's just too many. We do not need any more apartments in our area. If you wanna approve more apartments on this side, then the residents of this side have a voice to speak up and say yes or no, but there are not many of us here speaking because many of us found out just on Friday, but I know that many wrote in. I hope you will vote against it and any other further apartment complexes that are proposed west of 288, north of South Fork. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out. Our final speaker tonight is LaSonda Johnson. If you would make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for coming out.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is LaShonda Johnson. I live at 11318 Starlight Bay Street, Pearland, Texas, also in Shadow Creek Ranch. I did send an email to each of you, but I thought it would be great to put a face with that name. So I have been a resident of Shadow Creek Ranch subdivision for the last 12 and a half years. And I'm here to voice my concern as well, like Ms. Munoz, about the council's upcoming decision to modify the zoning and bring in yet another apartment complex to the west side of Pearland. Our subdivision is currently surrounded by no less than 12 apartment complexes, not counting assisted living centers. And with the residents at Pearland Town Center and, as you heard, the new Ivy Lofts that begin leasing this year, that will equal 14 complexes on our side of 288. The area is currently oversaturated with apartments, and we simply don't need any more. There are 7 alongside Shadow Creek Parkway, 4 along Business Center, 1 on Broadway. You have the one in Pearland Town Center and 1 in Ivy Lofts. More apartment complexes in West Pearland, as you've heard from other concerned citizens, bring more traffic, noise, safety concerns, and of course, even more overcrowding of Alvin ISD schools. Per the article in the Community Impact Pearland Friendswood edition, the January month entitled Alvin ISD Sets New Boundaries as Enrollment Grows, Alvin ISD campuses are currently at or over capacity. The article goes on to state that growth has included more than 1,000 new students in each of the last several years, and projects show not much in the way of slowing down. I believe that the City of Pearland's approach should prioritize community needs and offer a diverse range of amenities rather than simply maximizing space with yet another complex. I'd love to only not just live here, but enjoy more entertainment, concerts, plays, ballets, upscale dining, and to keep my disposable income here in the Pearland city limits. I haven't been able to do that for the last 12 and a half years. I don't want to always have to go into Houston, Sugar Land, Stafford, the Woodlands or other neighboring cities for these kind of amenities. So I would implore City Council, the PEDC, Pearland Chamber of Commerce, the Alliance for Arts and Culture, as well as other entities to please work towards bringing that performance arts and cultural center for which that land was slated. So thank you.
Thank you for that. With that, we will move forward. I believe that was all of our speakers that signed up to speak.
That's correct.
Mr. Lewis, I don't have a speaker's form for you. So it's in a public hearing, so we'll have to get you next time. I appreciate that. So with that, we will move forward in our agenda. Does staff have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor. I've got a quick update just to help set the stage for this second reading. And just want to back up and give a little bit of history and context. So Pearland has a history with planned developments. It's been one of our tools in our zoning toolbox to enable developments that don't necessarily fit within a typical square or what our zoning districts would allow by right. Pearland Town Center is a good example of what a planned development can be utilized for. Area C, which is what the Pelican Group is looking to amend, was originally designated for an event center. And with that, the applicant's proposing up to 400 units of multifamily within 3 buildings. So through staff's research and review of the criteria, we found that it fits within one of the prime reasons for having a PD, which is to allow for high quality development that allows for that flexibility in development standards to be able to meet the goals of the comprehensive plan. With that, staff recommended approval of the PD amendment and took that to the Planning and Zoning Commission. At the February 19th meeting, P&Z discussed generally the number of units, the rent range, the interactions between the developer and the homeowners association prior to that meeting, and other previous plans that had been proposed for that sub-district. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval of the amendment, which then led us to the first reading with City Council. At that first reading, Council generally discussed lighting, parking, ability to provide public service, and safety for those new residents or that property in general. To discuss detention, traffic, the notification requirements for amending the PD, and then the potential management structure of that development. Following that discussion, there were generally 2 items that council asked the developer to look into. That was to provide dark sky lighting requirements, and then also to help fill in some additional trees along that southern area of the walking trail. With that, council voted 4-2 to recommend approval and then to have those 2 additional considerations drawn into the PD. So those items have been amended and are a part of the exhibit that's before you tonight. This is a screenshot that discusses how they will abide by the dark skies policies. And again, this was within the staff packet. And then this is the revised exhibit that Kimberly Horn provided, showing the additional 20 trees. And with that, they noted that there would be an on-site inspection and conference with the urban forester to ensure that the trees provided the maximum amount of buffering and screening available to the property. Just as a reminder, this is the line of sight study that was provided from Kimberly Horn, indicating that there's a reduced chance for visibility within the backyard of the immediately adjacent residents. Staff then went out and took some photos on the ground of the property. So this is that walking trail that is along the southernmost portion of Pearland Town Center. Here you can see some good examples of the grown-in trees that are providing some screening. But here you can see some areas that can potentially have some additional screening provided to enliven the area and really produce that buffer that we're looking forward to having in between the existing residents and the new development. And with that, Mayor, that concludes staff's wrap-up.
All right. Thank you for that. We'll turn it over for questions and comments from City Council. Ms. Chavarria.
Yes, I have a question for CBL.
And if you will, when you answer your question, give your name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you all so much. So the PUD was originally established in 2005. So 19 years, fast forward, we still don't have an entertainment center or any type of use, a sports facility. Can you guys explain that? I mean, why haven't y'all moved forward to build that?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Matt Pino. I live at 3909 Spring Arbor Court here in Pearland, Texas, 77584. And I'm the general manager of the Pearland Town Center. Over the years, CBL has approached several developers that do the entertainment complex type setups, be it live music and other various attraction-based concepts. One of the big clauses being funding in that market has always been ever-changing. It's been a pretty difficult market to stay stabilized. And another piece is the alcohol laws in Brazoria County make it pretty hard for a concert venue to open and operate and sell beer with the 60/40 laws that are in place. And so that's deterred that aspect. I know there's been various conversations in terms of sports facility. Private owned sports facilities don't exist a lot. It's going to be more of a city type partnership, and that's just never kind of came to fruition. While the town center's always been open to those ideas, it's always been an idea to make sure we develop this land, and that time's kind of came. And we have pursued with much interest as many as the large scale developments as we can, but it's never fit that large of a lot.
Any other questions, Ms. Chavarria? Open it up. Patel?
So first of all, let me thank the residents who did come today. Just so you guys are all aware, I believe we've received 47 contacts against this and not a single one for this. So thank you for coming and taking the time, and to those who sent that email. Second, let me apologize. I was not here 3 weeks ago when they had the first hearing, and I was here during the workshop, and I addressed my concern then, and I'll address it today. I live on the west side. I've been here, residents of Pearland, since 2000. And I know CBL has never really had good intentions of developing this site into what they have in the PD. And I'll tell you why. If you look at history, and Mayor Cole, you may remember this, it seems like CBL has tried many times to flip this PD and this section that they had designated as a community space to apartments. I have a good friend who served on city council back in 2007. And I believe before the Great Recession, CBL Mall wanted to flip it to apartments then, and it was rejected. Then another council member back in 2015 told me, again, CBL approached to flip it to apartments. It was rejected then. I think you guys are just waiting out and finding the right city council members to say yes. I've worked on EDC for 10 years. Not once has CBL approached EDC to work in a partnership to bring, at least not during my tenure. I was told after I left that there was maybe some talks, but never good intentions. So Matt, I appreciate you coming here and saying that this is the only option you have. Let's be very frank. This is not the only option you have. This is the only option CBL wants. They want to pull their equity out of this land. build it and take it back to Chattanooga. Now, what I would ask my colleagues in this panel to consider this. Over 50 residents have emailed each of you asking you to guys consider the impact they would have living on that west side. They have the understanding, yes, that there will be a supposedly $70 million investment in the ground and maybe, according to my calculations, $250,000 that the city will get in the coffer. But the residents aren't interested in that. What they're interested in is what was promised. And I will tell you this, I'm really tired of developers coming to us. We don't hold a gun to their heads. They're the ones who came in 2005. They're the ones who came up with this plan. And the word that was used back then, if some of you remember, was lifestyle centers. This was supposed to be a lifestyle center, okay? And I agree with the citizens who said, hey, there's nothing interesting about that town center. And so here are some things I would consider. And I apologize, I forgot the name. You did a great job explaining how many apartments and 4,000. I thought it was 3,000. Ms. Munoz, great job. And so, you know, I would ask this panel to consider the impact Alvin ISD already has with these kids that will be there. You're just going to add on more. The traffic is already horrible. Believe me, my kids and I ride our bikes around that lake, and it is nice. But you know what? That's going to stop if we put a bunch of apartments, because unfortunately, I will not know who lives there. It's reality. And so I would ask my colleagues, please reconsider. This is important to the people who live around there, and we represent them. So please, I beg you today to vote this down and hold the developers responsible for what they agree to, not constantly over the years for 19 years trying to change the PD and waiting us out. Thank you.
Real quick, I do want to clarify, I was on council in 05 when the PD was approved. I was also on council in 07 when the actual physical mall was built. At no time in 07 did they come to change this into apartments in 07. I can tell you that. It was designated as an event center originally. The idea was some 7,000 or 8,000 seat type of an event center. They were requesting and asking the city to participate. The deal that was on the table was not sustainable for the city, especially given the fact that in 07 we were gearing up to go to the public for a bond election for much needed roads, drainage, and everything else. It did not make sense for us to go out there and say we're going to commit to several $1 million a year to sustain that. So it got approved and kept in there as an event center, hoping that something entertainment-wise would come along somewhere along the way. But at no time was the city going to participate at that time, you know, in the event center. So those were the events that happened. Yes, and it was the concept was lifestyle center, much like the one that never took place up at the Beltway and 288 as well. So just want to make sure that we clarify that. I was not on council in the 14-15, but I do recall that there was an attempt to rezone it at that point in time. I think at that point, you know, CBL has been actively trying to market, you know, the site, and there has been, I know, some attempts for whether it's event or entertainment opportunities, but they've just not been able to make the deal work. Ms. Kate? No. Okay. All right. Any other, Mr. Tooman?
Yeah, so maybe you have some recollection, or maybe you guys can answer this. When the PD was established, whose plan was the entertainment section of this? Did you guys come and say, this is what we want, this is what we're going to build, or was it, we want to do this, and then with the city input, and basically, because I've seen where the city would want something, and to get something developed, you got sometimes the developer may promise and say, yeah, or agree to it, and then the reality of the dollars and cents and the feasibility of it happens. So was this your plan from all along, or was this something that was influenced by the city when you did this PD?
My name is Ethan Harwell, Kimley Horn, 11233 Shadow Creek Parkway. Unfortunately, none of our tenure with this project goes back that far to 2005. Matt's been with CBL several years, and Drake and I here have been involved with the property for a little over a year here now. Unfortunately, we don't have all the history there. What I can tell you is that in centers like this that were being developed around 2005, before the recession, the entertainment component was very, very common. You still saw large growths in the entertainment sector at the time, and in a growing community like Pearland, right off of 288, this would have been an ideal spot at that time for some sort of entertainment use. Obviously, markets change. Since 2005, retail has dramatically changed with the online shopping revolution, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic. And since the COVID-19 pandemic, you've seen those entertainment uses decline as well. Our firm does some work for some large entertainment users and developers, and their work is few and far between these days. But that would have been common for the time.
Gotcha. I'm just going to say that, and kind of air this out, and maybe just say this out loud to help me here, because this has been a real struggle, and to the point where I've almost lost a lot of sleep over it. And my issue is, if you came in and you set the PD and you promised this, and then now you're saying, okay, we're not going to do this. So it was kind of the carrot to get the development at that time. But on the other side, I hear we need affordable housing, but then I hear we don't want it in our backyard. Secondly, I hear how nice this lake is and how great it is to walk around it. And then I have to keep in mind that you guys installed that, you guys put that in. It's your lake. We want to enjoy your lake, but we don't want you to develop your property. So I struggle with that as well. Secondly, there were so many emails that you discussed, and I read every single one of them. And I will say, in those emails, definitely the intent is, I don't want this in my backyard. However, the drainage is not an issue. The drainage is in plan, this lake. I can see that. Your houses are not going to flood. So with the traffic study and the light, on Business Center right there, the cars are going fast. If a light was installed there, it would create brakes. I think it could help. And again, if it's adding more cars, it's going to hurt. So it's just a real struggle for me, and I have been worrying about this to this very moment. And so I don't like the fact that if someone comes in and promises something and then they want to deliver something else, but it has been for so long. There are apartments right across the street. They're not in someone's backyard as far as so close to someone's fence. So I'm just voicing my thoughts out loud and my struggle, and I guess that's all I have to say.
I want to say, I voted no on this last time, and I've read every email that we got also, and it's a common thread about traffic. And you mentioned the traffic, the TIA that was done, but I mean, it can't be a true TIA if the apartments aren't there yet. I mean, you don't know exactly what the impact's going to be. People aren't there yet, so I don't know how that's even effective. I worry about, you want it there for people for the mall, or as a draw for the mall, but that's not a draw for the mall. You need something there to help the mall. Apartments aren't it. You need something entertainment related. Just what was promised to in the PD. So why not do something like that? That's my question, I guess. Even if it's not an event center, I mean, couldn't it?
One of our top conversations we have with a lot of retailers Densification is a big piece for them. While Pearland's a great community, there's a lot of suburbs, a lot of great housing additions. A lot of the more higher end tenants that are requested and highly sought after to come to the Pearland community, they want a dense shopping center with apartments and containment like that. So since, I mean, while these guys are looking at this development, we're also actively redeveloping our interior. We haven't begun to sell that addition or anything like that because there's nothing set in place, but we know that that's a piece because every time we talk to your top brands, for example, like a Lululemon or an Apple, they want densification on the property. That's something that checks their box. And so that this is a piece that helps upgrade our shopping center and dining for the entire property, which would be a benefit for everybody.
Dining is kind of what I'm thinking, is my thought. That's,
Yeah, I may also add to that. Retail uses and residential uses have different peak hours. So the reason retailers want to be in these mixed-use spaces is because of that intangible feeling of activity. You don't enter into a shopping center in the evening and find it desolate like you may in a downtown area. You don't find it empty. You still find people there. You have eyes on the street. You have things happening. While it may not necessarily be a draw of people into the site, it does change the look and the feel of the development. As far as traffic goes, we have not completed a TIA yet. What we have done is discuss what the contents of that TIA would be with staff. So no TIA has been complete. To do that, we have to take traffic counts before school gets out, which we're set up to do. And then our engineers will go through that analysis. What I can tell you about traffic is that you're looking at maybe a 5% increase in traffic. And that is a very conservative estimate.
okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. May I add one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
When we discuss commercial uses on this site in relationship to the pond, I also think it's very important to note that the residential use here, it would activate the town center space, but it would also activate the pond space. Today, if you go out there, there's no trees, little lighting. It's not a very desirable space. A residential use here is going to put eyes on the pond. It will be active. You will not feel like you're alone out there. A commercial use is very likely to just have a back of house towards the pond, which would further contribute to that feeling of isolation around the pond.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. So I went through and did a tally of the speakers tonight and then also the emails, not including last time, but the majority of the comments were about traffic, which it sounds like we addressed. And to a degree, that will also be addressed in the process of going through and planning, the different stages of this development. So, second to that was schools, and third to that was overcrowding. Just saying that we have too many already, and I haven't really heard anybody address that point of the overcrowding. We have too many apartments already. But I was thinking about that, and if we have so many apartments already, but there's still apparently a market need. And the point that was made earlier by Member Tooman, there's housing crisis across this nation. I think that, a lot of the things that go through my brain are kind of like, well, if it wasn't going to perform, then it wouldn't be here before us, because I doubt you would want to, make an investment into something that wasn't going to perform very well. But then we had another comment earlier about, people not being interested. And we actually had some emails saying this too, that, they're not interested in the taxable value that will be created from this. And they want, the city to build something, like an arts district. And of all the people up here, I'm probably the most inclined to want an art anything in this town. I was so badly wanting it. I told the mayor at one point we should build a yogurt factory just to get some culture at all in this town, and I want it desperately, but I know that the will of maybe not just this body, but of the community has historically kind of been like, we don't want to make those investments on the backs of the taxpayers. And so whenever I ask people, I get it, you don't want the value of this thing in this location, but you want this other thing. Are you willing to pay more in taxes? And may shrug, but I guarantee when budget time comes around and we talk about an increase in the tax rate, they're going to be the first ones, filling up the chambers again saying, how dare you raise my tax rate, 2 cents. It's like, well, we got to, pay for the art center that we just built. I guess it'd be more than 2 cents, but, and that, I just can't bring myself to overlook those points. Another common theme in the emails too was like, why can't, the town center, Matt, be more like, the one in Sugar Land or the city center and things like that. But those all have apartments. They've all got apartments or condos that are integrated that make them walkable. And that, I think, is kind of the point there as well, is that densification. A lot of cities that I visited literally across the nation, as they're building new centers, are not building these older style shopping centers. They're building the ones with the apartments. Matter of fact, we had negotiations ongoing for quite some time about a very large development potentially coming to the city. And one of their major sticking points was multifamily. And they wanted, more than I think the body was comfortable with at the time, but they made the point that the people being there to feed the business and also create the value is really what drives the developments. And this is obviously very, very nuanced. And so I get the point that was made earlier. We have people here and they're saying, I don't want this. And the comment was made last time, and someone called me also and said, well, I don't see anybody there, arguing for it. I said, well, it's really difficult to get people to show up to say they're for it when it doesn't exist and they don't live there yet. But then I started thinking, even beyond that, I'd made the comment last time, Mayor, about, because I live in an apartment in the west part of town, in Shadow Creek, and my neighbor downstairs is a PhD engineer for Dow. And then today, we were judging the bakery contest at Memorial Hermann, and the winner was a physician, I think a surgeon, in fact, who won the baking contest at Memorial Hermann. And I like to send people thank you cards, congratulation cards, things like that. And so I got his address, and he lives in an apartment. And it just, that's kind of, I keep meeting all of these professionals that, they're coming into this community. It's a transition opportunity for them. We have a very strong business community, very diverse business community, particularly in the west part of town, with some very high-end employers. And I mean, they all need a place to live, and we can't continue to build single-family homes. Everyone we build is a way bigger draw on our resources and infrastructure than multifamily is. And there's got to be somewhere for people to live. And unfortunately, it's just not, we just can't keep building single family homes everywhere. It's just, I can't get past that, Mayor. So I voted yes last time, and I'll probably vote, well, probably not. I mean, I will vote yes again tonight. So, thank you.
Carmo?
Yeah, I know we didn't go through the whole presentation, but this is what, the 4th or 5th time we've seen it recently. Through workshops and redoing PDs and public hearings, and like Councilman Tooman says, it's a tough one. At the same time, we need value. I don't know what's the right fit out there. It's not entertainment. The market just doesn't have a demand for that. So unless we're ready to subsidize it, I don't see that happening. And then I struggle with what else goes back there that we would get any sort of value at the same time be compatible with the neighboring zoning. So yeah, as Tooman says, it's a tough one.
It's tough. Anyone else?
Mayor, I just want to thank the residents that took the time to write in and come in. Ms. Munoz, Ms. Johnson, y'all, thank you for all you said. And I can't remember the gentleman's name, I'm sorry, but thank you.
Mr. Dieter. Mr. Dieter.
Sorry, one last thing. I know originally this was designed for an entertainment or some kind of arts. And I'll remind council, we are doing a study recently by CVB that is doing exactly this. And second, there is almost $5 million in the CVB, which about $2 million can be allocated towards this. So there is funding if there is a will. And so let's not say that there is not an opportunity for our city to maybe in the future look at this. I think if we put our heads together, and really for a long time we were trying to build a sports complex by Bass Pro Shop. If there was the will, we could probably consider doing it somewhere here with a partnership with the land being donated. Obviously, they want people to come to the town center. What better way to bring in tax dollars from people coming from outside of our town to spend money instead of people living in our town and basically spending money? So I think there is an option there. I think it's a long option, but it is an option worth exploring.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Amy, can you help me with our sales tax and what direction they've been going in?
Yes, sir. As of right now, we're performing below this time last year, just a little bit below.
Okay, and is this the first year that we've been trending lower?
Yes, sir. The first year since I've been here in 3 years.
Okay. Do we have any color as to why that would be?
It's a statewide trend we're seeing, I think, coming off of COVID and trying to find the new balance where we are just as an economy. But it's something that we're seeing statewide.
Okay. Because one concern that I have with these retail outlets, Alameda Genoa or Alameda Mall, not too far away from here, as a child when I grew up, it was a very nice mall. And the mall that was there had major retailers, and you would go, you wouldn't be concerned with your safety, your security. This mall right here, with the trend starting, and what we've seen, or what I've read with the brick and mortar retailers, one problem they have is competing against an online retailer. If this mall was to turn into an Alameda, no one, not even including myself, would be happy to have that in the city of Pearland. Each large retail outlet that you have, if you don't support it, has a propensity to go that direction. And it would be a major eyesore in the city of Pearland, and it would be a major eyesore in the folks that are here tonight in your backyard. So with that being said, it's one of those deals, if we don't look at an option for the retailer to be able to survive and to be able to have additional customers, it could hurt them. So with that, that's one thing that no one's brought up, no one said, and is on my mind. Like Chad said, it is a tough decision. I know, Member Patel, you're talking about the 4.6 million that's in CVB. It would be a lot more than that. Anything we've talked about building with the EDC CVB money has been somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 to $70 million. That's just to build the building. So it would be a major commitment. It would be a major commitment to tie this city for a long period of time. It wouldn't be a 5-year deal. You'd probably be looking in the deals that were brought in front of us so far. It's been 30 plus years of costing anywhere from $2.5 to $3.5 million. It would eat $4 million in 1 year. It's not a easy, quick fix on something like that. So with that being said, this is a tough decision. Is it something that you want a vacant piece of land for another 20 years? I don't know. So that said, appreciate your time. Chad's got something.
Chairman?
So I have one more question, and it's going to be for staff. With our water and sewer being a huge part of our budget and it's seemingly one of the biggest topics that we discuss relatively consistently, we have all the infrastructure, we have the water, the sewer, the capacity. This isn't going to trigger something for our water or sewer plant.
That's correct. We have the capacity in the lines there. We have the capacity at the new plant as well as the existing infrastructure and the wastewater plants as well.
And then in regards to the impact to our water and sewer system, there'll be an impact fee for every unit. You know what the cost of that is per unit?
So we changed our impact fees to actually be based on the size of the water meter necessary to serve the development. So that'll be up to their engineers to determine what that size is necessary to serve the complex. And then they'll pay the associated impact fees with that. That will go into the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund.
It'll be large, though. Probably. So, last call, questions, comments? Yeah, this is what makes it tough. I do want to thank the residents for coming out, airing your thoughts and your comments, as well as the developers to be here, staff. You know, I look at this and look at market-driven approach, and the market is tough to argue against. At the same time, you know, there was something on the ground, and that's what was agreed to. I will tell you, in 2008, the world changed in real estate. It didn't matter really what you thought you had. It changed. It changed forevermore. When COVID came and went, it changed a lot of what we're doing. It changed I'd love to see, you know, office back there. You'd have daytime users. It would help every restaurant out there with what you could do. The office market is dead. It's dead. I don't even know how you would finance one, and I can't imagine somebody coming in and paying cash to build a building. So that's the world that I know you guys are living in, that you're trying to make a fit, and I think the residents have cause for concern, and I think their causes are valid as well. So it's all of that working together and meshing at the same time. You know, if you want to control the dirt, you got to own it, and I don't necessarily see our residents stepping up and wanting to buy 12.5 acres back there. So I know it's been on the market for quite a while, and I haven't seen the residents, you know, look to go and buy it. So that's makes it for a tough decision here. It's the reason why we're here. Unfortunately, it's the reason why we're all elected, is sometimes to make a tough decision. So, but I want to thank everyone for coming out. I want to thank everyone for sending your emails, and we will see where this thing moves as we go on about our way. With that, Madam Secretary, I'm going to call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
No.
Member Tooman.
No.
Member Patel.
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
All right, with that, we will move to new business item number 3. Council discussion regarding 65th North Group internal control and vulnerability assessment results and current status of improvements. With that, Trent, let you take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. We recently concluded an internal controls and vulnerability assessment of the city with a group named 65th North, or 65th North Group. And what this did, it reviewed our internal controls and potential financially vulnerable areas. So we have with us tonight Mr. Dave Ross, who heads up 65th North and headed up the study, to give a brief presentation and summary of the findings and answer any questions. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Dave Ross. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me see if I can figure out how to use this PowerPoint. Oh, there we go. I got it. Thanks. Yes, I am Dave Ross, and I am president and CEO of 65th North Group. We are a government consulting firm, and we specialize not only in operational and staffing studies, but more importantly, and specific to this discussion, internal control and fraud and embezzlement vulnerability. So we completed a proactive internal control, fraud, and embezzlement vulnerability study for the city. Now, why do you want an internal control study done? And one of the things I want to make clear very, very quickly up front is that there are organizations that we work with, cities, counties, states, that bring us in to do a study reactively after something has already happened in their organization. They had the unfortunate circumstance of falling victim to fraud, whether that be somebody outside of the organization that was able to perpetrate a fraud due to a vulnerability in a process or a policy that the city or county had, or which happens very frequently, an employee of the organization. And we'll talk real briefly about why that can occur. But what this study was an entirely proactive one. Now, I've served as a city and county manager. I did that for 12 years, organizations a little bit larger than this one. And, you know, I can only speak to myself because at the time I didn't have the knowledge that I have. I didn't have the training that I have. But when I got my annual audit, I was very relieved and thought, oh, thank God, we're good for another year. Nothing's going on. Everything's great. Well, what I didn't realize at that time was that my annual audit that I got serves a valuable purpose, but the auditors do not express an opinion as to the effectiveness of the organization's internal control. They will even have that on the front page of their letter. Nor is that designed to be a fraud risk reduction study in any sense. Yeah, they ask a couple of questions, usually payroll related, sometimes purchasing related, but that's just not its purpose. So anyway, just for the very fact that the city has joined numerous other cities across the nation that's doing these studies proactively is fantastic. I just wanted to mention that. So there are hundreds of local governments that have fallen victim to fraud every single year. I've got a spreadsheet. I think I'm just in the last couple of years, I'm up to almost 900 right now here in the US. Now, these are frauds and embezzlements that often happen year after year after year. And they start small, and by the time they're finally discovered, they are often in the 6, 7, and sometimes 8-figure range. The most prominent of which is in the city of Dixon, Illinois, where you may have known this study or heard about it, All the Queen's Horses. They made a movie over it. The city's controller or finance director essentially worked for the city for 22 years, I believe, and then started embezzling. She embezzled for another 20 years and embezzled over $53 million. This is in a town of 16,000, and they never knew the money was missing. So again, external audits, they're generally ineffective at what we do, and that's fraud and embezzlement vulnerability. It's identifying the vulnerabilities to fraud. We're not looking for it. We're looking for your vulnerability to it. So it helps you know what's out there so that you can make a conscious decision to fix it. Because if you have vulnerabilities, and we've never known a government organization not to have them, if you have them, these studies allow us to identify it for you, provide recommendations on how you can shore that up so that somebody 6 months from now or a year from now doesn't decide to exploit that vulnerability. So real quickly about us, again, we're local government fraud and embezzlement vulnerability experts. We work for cities, counties, and state governments across the country. And some of our certifications and specializations, we've got certified fraud examiners, certified internal control auditors, decades of public sector leadership experience, certificates in internal control from the Institute of Internal Auditors and the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission. We've got over 150 years combined experience, and me personally, I have my PhD in financial management with a dissertation specific to local government fraud, risk reduction, and internal controls. So why is fraud in local government even really a concern? We all know that, in business, Sarbanes-Oxley is a lot of things for public sector, publicly traded organizations that they have to comply with. In part, fraud risk and fraud risk reduction is a part of that. There is no such standard for government, but there is definitely cash flow in government. There are a lot of purchases made in local government. This is in general. This isn't just to the city of Pearland. And there's an awful lot of inventory. Now, the unfortunate thing is sometimes really good people fall under difficult times. And they're going to be under such incredible financial pressure. Maybe a spouse loses a job, COVID hits, they get sick. They just don't know what to do. And sometimes they do what we would consider to be the unthinkable. And they will steal from where they know to do it, because they'll often know your vulnerabilities way before you know them as managers and leaders. And sometimes organizations simply believe that because nothing's ever been found, that they must be good. They've got long-term employees. They must not have vulnerabilities. They have good policies in place. They must not have vulnerabilities. They get regular audits. They're good audits. But the reality is that means absolutely nothing with identifying whether you have vulnerabilities, because what we've found is it's more likely that you have them and nobody's tried to exploit them yet. So some examples of risk areas that we look at when we do these studies: we look at vendor payments, anything to do with cash handling, check handling, credit card payments, purchasing operations, HR, payroll, subrogation, refunds, voids, chargebacks, anything that's money related like that, travel advances, expense reimbursements. We do a high-level IT and cybersecurity risk assessment. We're not actually getting into the weeds and into your systems, but we do a comprehensive high-level assessment. Fuel use management and how you manage how fuel is purchased, dispensed, tracked, et cetera. Utility operations, utility billing, inventory, permitting, accounts payable, accounts receivable, fictitious vendors, grants management, and an awful lot more. So, summary of the results. Here's some of the positives, and I'm going to focus just on a couple of these. Certainly, you can look at the list, and if you have access to the report, and obviously we're not going to talk about specifics of the report in this venue, but if you have access to it, you're going to see an awful lot of positives that are going on in the organization right now. But the two I want to focus on are finance policies are reviewed annually. You have an audit committee, and I think that's fantastic that you have that, and that policies are reviewed. And the third bullet point on here is going to be the most important one for you, and that's that city management and your CFO and all of the directors from my speaking with them embrace the concept of effective internal controls, and that's fantastic. That's really one of the most challenging things to get over when that doesn't happen. So, opportunities for improvement. The results of the study, yes, there were vulnerabilities identified. And again, these are vulnerabilities. We're not looking for anything actually happening. There was absolutely no indication of anything going on. But these are simply vulnerabilities that were identified, and that once fixed will significantly reduce the city's risk to fraud occurring. So the main categories of risk that we've identified for the city relate around inventory management processes, purchasing operations, and fuel use management. So implementing regular physical verification of inventory, fuel use analytics, physical verification of purchases, and completing an annual risk assessment will significantly help the city reduce its inherent and residual control risks. Next steps. Part of the report, it included a prioritized and phased implementation plan. And obviously city staff can speak to this more than me, but I do know that they've already started working on implementing the recommendations, which is great. There's low-hanging fruit on there, so things that can be implemented immediately without any cost and without much effort. And then there's other high-priority risk areas that are being looked at. And again, just to close, and then I'll open it up to questions if you have any. There's really two things for closing. The fact that city management and the CFO and all in the finance department decided to do a proactive study is fantastic. It really is. Not enough organizations do these. And again, you won't know what your vulnerabilities are until you do such a study, regardless of who does them. So that fact alone is excellent. And from doing these studies across the country, I can tell you that the vulnerabilities that we found here are significantly fewer than what we see in a lot of organizations. So your staff are doing a really good job. And with that, if there are any questions, I would be happy to.
So before we jump into questions, if I could just kind of follow up on what Dave said. So we've completed this, and we are actively moving forward with going through the recommendations and making implementations, or actively working that implementation plan. And the first thing we did heading in that direction is we did hire our first finance and compliance administrator to take a lead in that role, because it's one thing to have the study, have the recommendations from Dave and his team, but it's another thing to actually implement that, and you've got to apply the resources to that to address those areas, and we've done that, and we're actively working that list. So just wanted to let you know where we stand today in moving forward, and then open it up to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I just right off the top, first off, thank you for coming in tonight, presenting this. Thank you for being here to help us through this. And I'll say the same. I'll echo both Amy and Trent. Thank you for wanting to go out and be proactive and making sure that we're good. It's you never know what's going to happen, but I'd rather be proactive and find a vulnerability or uncover something rather than 22 years of not catching something. Right?
You don't want those news headlines.
You don't want that. If we did have an issue, I'd rather find it on our own rather than it coming up in an audit, right? And so I'm glad that we went through this. And with the ever-changing landscape of technology and everything else that's out there, just makes vulnerabilities that much easier, especially on fraud, somebody trying to penetrate and come into our system and do things of that nature. We have a lot of employees and a lot of hands that could do something, especially like you said in fuel and certain inventories and those types of things. And having those management practices in place is very good. So I want to thank our staff for the forethought to go through this. Make sure that where we stand and without knowing where it would lead. Sometimes the unknown is hard to go and do that, but I think it's a wise thing to do. So I'm glad we were able to do that. With that, I'm going to throw it open for questions, comments, concerns from council members. Member Carbone.
Thanks for being here. I guess if I was sitting in the audience, I'd say, hey, we hired a consultant to come in and pat us on the back. And I guess just to clarify, we're not broadcasting and distributing the report to give somebody the blueprint on how to defraud and embezzle the city. So, and if I was sitting in the audience, I wouldn't trust what I said anyway, but I would also say that the report does have some good action items and we're moving forward. But yeah, that's just reeks of a consultant saying, hey, good job, and we stroke you a check. And there is meat behind that. And so anyway, that's the skeptic in me.
So to kind of follow along that right there, Tony's privy to the report a little bit as far as being on the audit committee. There's not all of us here on council there. So with that being said, Trent, how will we know what is being accomplished, what we're looking at in expenditures, anything that's being proposed? Because right now, outside of these few, I don't know, about 10 pages here, this is all I know about it.
Sure. So I think we shared some more of the details on the action plan and the working plan when we last looked at some of my goals. I'll have to dig that up and see what exactly we shared, but we did have some things in there that are on the kind of the short list, the 6-month plan, then the a 1 to 2 year plan, and then the kind of the 2+ out to 5 year plan of the things that are identified for us to address. Obviously, if there's anything that has budget implications that we need to establish a budget item for, we'll present that as we present the budget, and tie that back to one of our strategic priorities and go from there. A lot of them really are looking at those internal controls and over inventory and different types of things, and then not only having those internal controls in place, but then having the person in place who then is ensuring that we're following those internal controls, that we're doing those regular inventories, that the departments are following all of those policies and internal things. So it's a long enough list of things that don't have budget implications that we got plenty of work in that area. But we'll provide updates on our progress on that, probably quarterly, and keep the council updated where we are.
Okay, so as far as that, we'll get a little more, I guess, in depth for council, just kind of know where we're at, what we're looking at, I understand the procedural, and you're saying the budgetary impact is small,
Yes,
if non-existent, but as far as the progress of the different plans, will we be privy to what?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually had the opportunity to read the report. It was 150 pages. It was very detailed, so thank you so very much. There was a recommendation about reorganization of the finance department, so I just wanted to ask you, Trent, is that going to be added to your priority list?
So I think we've already done some of that reorganization, and if Victor, do you want to address, we still have some things we're looking at as well.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have. We've already addressed that. Trent has already mentioned that we have now in place a finance and compliance manager who will report on a regular basis to audit committee, and I would anticipate then audit committee reporting back to the full council on any findings from the work of that compliance administrator. There will likely be other structural changes within the finance department, and those will flow through in the annual budget process. So we will give you a heads up as those come forward over the summer months.
Thank you.
So the finance department often catches a lot of heat, and I just wanted to say kind of a way to go, because there was no fraud found, and I think that's very important in government finance, and just kind of want to give you guys a way to go on that.
Any other questions, comments? All right, very good. Last comments, Trent, anything?
No, I don't have any follow-up comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you again for doing the work and coming our way to give a presentation tonight. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
We will move on. Mr. Hernandez, if you'll present new business item number 4.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Consideration and possible action on resolution number R2024-49. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Turn this over to staff for report.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll get our slides up and going and then get things kicked off. Here we go. We recently met at our annual strategic retreat to talk about our strategic priorities, and today we'll walk through the next steps of where we are on that. So just to recap, the strategic retreat that was held on February 24th, we reviewed our FY23 and calendar year 23 accomplishments. We highlighted a lot of the things that are already in the works and are coming for fiscal year '24. Council members were able to share out their desired legacy and why they ran for council, and what they hope to achieve. And then we had a lengthy whole community discussion. And then we reviewed all of our existing milestones associated with each strategic priority. So what we did with the milestones associated with each priority is the ones we'd completed or really didn't have a consensus to move forward with. We removed those milestones from the list. There were a handful of milestones that we realigned from one strategic priority to another. Many of these milestones, as well as the things we do on a day-to-day basis, they fall under multiple strategic priorities. And it's really trying to fit them in the one that, it fits the best, but while they also support the others. So there was a couple of them we realigned. And then we added about 3 of them as well. So the ones we added, the first one is the Pearland Recovery Committee under Safe Community. And what this is that every time we have a major natural disaster like a hurricane or an emergency event, we have a lot of volunteers. We have a lot of volunteer organizations and churches and other organizations that want to help. They want to stand up shelters. They want to help feed people. They want to help clean people's houses out and those different things. And it's once you're having the event, it's a very chaotic process to manage. They're calling the emergency operations center saying, hey, we want to stand up a shelter. And we're going, okay, do you have a kitchen? Do you have bathrooms? Do you have the adequate facilities to do that? And that's just one example of what this committee aims to do, is to stand up a lot of those things before we have an incident, before we have a hurricane or some other emergency, so that we have the contacts, we have the people, we know what they can provide, we know the volunteers they can bring in and how they can help out the community, and that we can activate them as we go into emergency operations activations and be ready before we go into the emergency, and eliminate that chaos, eliminate that randomness of how that works, and plan for those things, and plan to have them come on board with us as part of the response and the recovery after an event. So that's that one. The next one is developing the mid-range financial planning. So we have for many years, we'll provide a 2, 3, sometimes depending on what it is, a 5-year forecast of our financial planning. And this is a desire to have a more robust mid-range financial planning. So that'll rest under resilient finances. And then the Cultural Arts Master Plan, which is already underway. It's really taken that and the results of that and moving forward with that. We're looking at potentially that fitting under question mark community, whole community is what it was, as we move forward. So those are the new milestones we identified at that Saturday session. So then just to get into the whole community discussion, at the retreat, we talked about divergence and convergence as it pertains to solutions and different ways of thinking of our priorities. So with a lack of consensus on whole community and discussion that the milestones under whole community also fit with other priorities, we kind of also want to point out that most, if not all, as I mentioned already, of our city services and milestones fall under multiple strategic priorities. We just try to fit them under the priority that's the most appropriate. So with no consensus on that Saturday, staff was asked to develop some alternatives or options for further discussion. So here we go. We had some robust dialogue, robust discussion internally about where this should really go. Kind of the first thing we did is we acknowledged that the whole community name, or where that came from before, which was welcoming community, really, and the definition that we had alongside whole community, were really not reflective of the intent of what we want, what we hear and want from a strategic priority there. And then we also kind of took in from a standpoint of being the community of choice. If we are going to be the community of choice, and we are the community of choice, we've got to recognize the need for placemaking within our community. And that highlights the importance of people and quality of life within our community. It also promotes community pride. And then, how do you do that? We really kind of got to where we looked at connecting is the core focus. And connections mean a lot of things, and so we kind of spelled out what that means within this. And that is, we're connecting the community to the community. We're weaving that fabric of the community together so you have that community. And that's across the community, within the community. But then it's also us as a governmental organization and how we connect to the community and how the community connects with us. And I think another key point is it's also celebrating connecting our past, our present, and our future of our community. So what we arrived at was the staff recommendation was to keep that priority in that arena, but one that's more comprehensively focused on both how the community connects together and how the city as a governmental organization connects with our residents, our visitors, and our businesses. So along with that, we also thought to develop kind of a new graphic and a new way to view a different view of our strategic priorities and put them all together with this graphic you see in front of us. So the genesis of this was to take our why, and our why is being the community of choice, and then clearly associate that with the priorities. So if our why is to be the community choice, then we started looking at the what we do, and the what we do to be the community of choice. And it's supported by the pillars below it, or the priorities of safe community, strong economy, sustainable infrastructure, and yes, a question mark that we'll see if we can arrive at some consensus on. So that was the one formerly known as whole community. So we look at that question mark priority as what weaves the fabric of the community together. Or how the community connects together via events, services, amenities, and gathering spaces. So all of that, back one slide, please. All of the what and the why is then supported by the foundational how we function via the priorities of resilient finances and trusted government. We don't have resilient finances and trusted government. We really can't support any of these things. So those two priorities are looked at as kind of the bedrock that underpins the what and the why we do it. So now we're going to try to fill in the question mark. We looked at many different name options, a lot of different definitions to go along with that. You see some of the options here in front of you. And so what we arrived at was connected community. And the definition of that is fostering a sense of belonging and encouraging opportunities to connect through multifaceted events, services, amenities, and gathering spaces. So just taking a look at that, there's a couple of key changes here. So the key change here is not just a focus on what is provided by us as a governmental organization or fostered to connect the community together, but also to recognize that we as the governmental organization have to connect to the community through the services we provide. And that's all of our services, not just the special events and the amenities we offer. So by including services, we recognize that connecting to the community is also kind of the foundation of our customer service initiatives and improvements that we're working towards. So it really ties in with all we're working along the framework of customer service, the call center, those different things, and that they really tie into how we need to connect with the community. So moving forward, we looked at what milestones would potentially be connected to this connected community strategic priority. So we started with the parks projects that are associated with the 2023 bond program, both Hickory Slough Sportsplex and Independent Park Phase 2, and then completion of the train depot renovation, so Phase 2 of that project, and then also the Old Town Revitalization Plan. Next slide. And then so on that last slide, sorry, the big change here is moving the train depot and the Old Town study to connected community. And we looked at that and did that because of the connections that those milestones kind of offer to our past, present, and future. So that's how we looked at those are part of connected community. And then the final two milestones with Connected Community are completion of the Cultural Arts Master Plan and the implementation of that, obviously, and then connecting the community, and that's our service, customer service initiatives, which really focus on our organization connecting with the community able to connect with us, to get the information they need, to get it at high quality information at the service expectations or service levels we expect to provide. And so that's how we tie that back in. So kind of concluding, these are the council's strategic priorities. So while we were tasked with coming up with another option, we do need the council's input, we do need the council's buy-in, and we do need the council to embrace this. So it's yours to take and do with what you see moving forward. But in conclusion, we do think Connected Community is more reflective of the original intent of this priority. It supports being the community of choice by recognizing the importance of placemaking. It's more comprehensive in recognizing not only the importance of how the community connects together, but also how the city connects with our residents, our visitors, and our businesses. So next steps are deciding on finalizing the strategic priorities. If we're ready to decide, we're ready to adopt tonight. We've got this on for an action item if we're ready. And then from there, staff will develop the action plans associated with the new milestones, update any of the action plans we need to update for the existing milestones, and then we'll continue quarterly reporting back to you on our progress with those milestones. So with that, Mayor, hand it back to you and the council for discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. Before I turn it over to council, I like the Connected Community redefinition. It really is, I think, the way I looked at it is we have our priorities and the community is in the center of all of that. And at some level in each one of those priorities, we have to connect to the community. We have to connect to the community in safe community, strong economy, sustainable infrastructure, resilient finances, and the like. And so I kind of like that. The graphic is fine as well because it's one of the pillars. I think our community and connecting to our community is just that. I do want to put some context around the Pearland Recovery Community and Safe Community. This was an initiative that I've been working with Peter and Melanie on, along with groups in our community to help. We do at the city, we do a tremendous job preparing for many things that happen. Obviously, we think and talk in terms of hurricanes because that's probably the most prevalent thing that might happen in any given year. But we could have any number of disasters happen at any moment. We could have a train derailment just like they had up in the northeast part of the United States. We could have an active shooter event that unfortunately communities like ours have seen happen, in the community, and they change your community. And so as a result of that, we do, like I said, we do a great job planning, we do a great job in the midst, and I want to make sure that we're a city that does a tremendous job in the aftermath and the human element, and no better way than to connect to our faith-based community, our nonprofit community, and the like, to make sure, because they all want to do something, in the midst of a hurricane, in the midst of Harvey, everybody's calling, and it's happening. As Trent said, it's very chaotic and it's kind of happening on the ground all at one time. And I'd rather be a little more out there and have a little more forethought to actually have a structure around how we put the community back together with those community partners. And to that end, this community or this recovery committee is really to get the city out of the way and let them go do what they need to do, and let the city go put the city back together, right? Use our assets to go put the city back together, use our nonprofit organizations, faith-based communities, and service organizations around the city. But I want to put some intentionality to it. So we actually have some working groups that are working together to do this. And again, we hope we put a committee together and then we never use it. But unfortunately, it's just a matter of time before we have another storm, and we probably will be using it. So I want to put a little color around that that it's really meant to be not our city and not our employees doing this. It's for some organizational. But we can be the lead in putting some organization together, which goes back to connected community. We are an organization. We know certain resources need to be there, and we can connect the community together to make sure that that in the aftermath, the human element is being taken care of. And I think Patrick was our facilitator for the retreat. And one of the things that he said, and I was happy that he said this because I think we all believe this, the city doesn't have to be the entity that does everything. We have a lane just like everybody else does. We have a lane to go and do certain things, but we can connect organizations and say, you know what, it's not our place to do X, but we know who can help you with that, and we connect people together to go do that. So I think the city is in a position to be able to do, those types of things. So, my 2 cents, I like the connected community because it's in every one of these strategic plans, somewhere there needs to be a quality of life, quality of place, sense of place, something in that. And connected community seems to be something that we need to be intentional with. I know we try to connect and engage in different ways and different facets, not just on a small scale, but obviously on a big scale with our big events and that our Parks Department does such a great job with. So with that, I'll turn it over to council for questions, comments. Who's first? Ms. Chavria.
Okay, connecting community. I love that. Thank you so much. But I also see that possibly the Pearland Recovery Committee can maybe overlap with connecting communities. Have we kind of thought about that?
I mean, I would think as far as the milestone is concerned, I think it would be something in that milestone would be a part of it.
But I really like it. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to renew my thought that resilient finances is the same thing as strong economy. They're synonymous. So, and the way that I do like the graphic, but to have it on a base of just trusted government would look better. Everything, all the milestones in resilient finances could easily move to another category, and there's just a couple. And I think it would look better to have the pillars and then just all on a base of trusted government. Resilient finances, we have strong economy. We don't need resilient finances also. That's all. Thank you. And I do like connected community a lot. Thank you.
Good comment. Any other comments? Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't say much about this since it won't really matter here soon, but I'm glad that I had the opportunity to push to at least keep this concept in here. I think that, Mayor, this is the piece that I know our why is the community of choice, but for me, the why is the community engagement aspect. It's just the being able to bring people to the table. It's such a big part of why I did this in the first place. But I'll take this opportunity real quickly to say thank you to Mayor Cole and to staff for even starting this process. This is obviously the last time I'll be engaged with this planning event and putting my thumbprints on, the council's priorities. And I know Member Carbone is having the banner printed already for my departure, but to me, this was always a great exercise, and I think this most recent iteration was even better, having the staff really heavily involved, because they are council's priorities, but it's just, we can't make decisions up here not knowing what your capacity is, not knowing what your experiences are. So I think the most recent version, and we've continued to improve upon the process year over year, and so I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that I think that where we've gotten is really fantastic. When I first started, we were doing this blindfolded and just shooting from the hip, and not exactly. I mean, we had some process, but I really didn't feel like we had a true cohesive vision, and having the opportunity to hear from my fellow council members and know what their desires are, where I can learn, where I can put whatever weight or I have behind their vision as well, and we can find some alignment. I think we do a lot more as a body, and not just a council body, but as a government body, when we do find those areas of alignment where we can get behind one another and put our differences aside for a second, because we know we're all behind at least this. These are the pillars. I feel a lot better about leaving this council and leaving behind at least this portion of the legacy, knowing that this will help continue to guide the city. And I'm eternally grateful to everybody that's been a part of this process. And so I just want to say thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff.
Comments. And that's our word, is that we do strategic planning every year, and it will morph and change, and as our community changes along the way. So I think that's the only way you arrive one day at a point, is you got to plan to get there. So any other questions and comments? Carbone?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll just say I see resilient finances and strong economy completely separate. We can control the finances. I mean, that's our department. We got to make sure that we manage our internal finances well. And strong economy is just that. It's the economy. It's the macro and micro economies that are out there in the city. I was trying to talk quick before you got back.
Yeah, and I agree. I think resilient and strong economy are a little bit different. We foster one. The other one is the nuts and bolts of our actual budget and finance, and 65th North Group and internal controls and those types of things that we have direct, say in. So while I applaud Ms. Cade and her comments, and I think you can do something and streamline these a little bit more, I also see keeping it the way it is and it working just fine as well. But with that, we'll throw it open for more questions, comments. All right, so are we at a point where we can vote on this with the recommendations from staff?
So, Mayor, maybe before you vote, I wanted to make sure you liked it before I gave credit where credit's due. If you didn't like it, I was going to take all the credit for it. So I do want to, so we had a group we put together to work through this. Megan Flowers Phillips, Carrie Capers, Tracy Rohrbacher, Joss Lee, Joe Calderon, Lorraine James, Victor Brownlees, and Ron Frazier. So I want to thank them for the robust discussion and the good discussion we had to get where we are today. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Like I said, I think it strikes, kind of really what that was meant to be in the beginning. So I like it.
So I believe what we did last year, it was just the strategic priorities and the milestones. So they're detailed in the memo, the first memo attached to the agenda request on the bottom of page 3 through page 5.
Okay. Can I say I'll only vote yes if you agree to finally put them on the wall behind us. All right, fine. I'll vote yes anyway. Okay, good.
If we do that, you can't change them ever again.
Yeah, you just print a new one.
And for the public's just edification, education, this started our budget process. Starts with the council coming together, wrestling with where we're moving, and that's what the priorities are really all about. What is the priorities of the city? Multifaceted. We have lots of different, things that are going on, and then the milestones move us in that direction year in, year out. Some of these milestones may take 6 months, some may take 6 years, some may be forever going, but they're milestones that move us in a direction. So it is a document that gets updated and looked at every single year, but it culminates in what staff then goes away after adoption to start putting the budget together for this upcoming year. So it helps guide them with council's input, and hopefully our input is from the public's input. So, we all work, together, to help move it forward. So it is kind of formally the start of budget season when we do the strategic planning retreat and adopt this. It really starts moving our work forward. So we do have a motion and a second to approve the resolution, which does have the attachment to it. So with that, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
Awesome. All right, so with that, we will move back to matters removed from the consent agenda. Ms. Cade, if you would take up item E as in echo.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2012-168-4. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. The CVB Advisory Board voted at their February 7th, 2024 meeting in favor of changing some of the membership criteria to that board. And those changes were to make it more definitive in certain areas. So it makes changes in several areas to get that consistent, and those details are spelled out in the agenda item. And so we'd be happy to answer any questions regarding those changes.
All right, Mr. Patel, you pulled this, so I'll let you go first.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the changes, it says to read as board vacancy shall be filled by city council. Is this going to be where we get to vote on this, or is this just going to be where the mayor and the pro temp and one city council member get to appoint them?
Well, we don't appoint, we bring them to you after vetting it. But ultimately, all appointments are voted on by the council.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was still, I apologize. Okay.
Anything else? Any other questions, comments? Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, real good. Moving on, item F, Mr. Tooman, if you'll present that, please.
Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2024-42. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is an interlocal with the Department of Public Safety, so that when we have somebody who's been issued a citation and they fail to appear for court, or if they fail to pay a fine or satisfy a judgment, we put that person in the failure to appear system. And once we put them in that system, the state will deny them a driver's license renewal. So this is a continuation of the arrangement we've had in the past, and it continues that for another 5 years.
All right, Ms. Cade, I believe you pulled that.
I did. That's what I wanted to know. Is this different from what we've done in the past? It's the same thing. Is there a warrant still issued for failure to appear?
So that's not part of this, but I believe that would still be the case.
Yes, ma'am. There'd still be a warrant issued, and it would stay in the system until it's resolved. Basically, this requires them to satisfy that warrant before they're able to renew their driver's license.
All right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right. With that, we'll move to item H. Mr. Patel, would you present that one, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consider impossible action resolution number R2024-50. So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is an advanced funding agreement with the state of Texas for the McCowa Road project. It actually had a associated item also on the consent agenda. So we've had an advanced funding agreement on the McCalla project since 2017. So this covers the McCalla project from 518 to Beltway 8. The reason we have this contractor agreement with the state is that it's a cost-sharing agreement on designing the road, acquiring the right-of-way for the road, and then constructing the road. The original AFA only assigned one, what they call a control section job number or CSJ number. It only assigned one of those, but because this project actually spans 2 counties, they should have assigned 2 CSJ numbers. So basically all we've done tonight with the other item and this item is that we've created 2 CSJs. The cost share and the city's share of that cost is the same as has been in the AFA since 2017. And we need to get this updated advanced funding agreement in place to clear the paperwork so that we can start the land acquisition for that road expansion project.
Michelle, I believe you pulled that.
Yeah, so the question I have, what I saw was 2017. Has the cost not increased, or is that going to come in later when we bid this out?
So when we pursue these state and federal dollars, we usually build in some inflation for the future. This one has taken a long time. I don't know if we're at the point where we know where that stands, but if we're short on funding, we'll do a couple things. The first one is this funding comes through the Transportation Improvement Program that is administered by the Houston Galveston Area Council. So the first thing we'll do is we'll go back to HGAC and request additional funds based on how long it's taken to develop the project, and here's the additional cost moving forward. Typically, there are funds available, and we're able to get additional funds to make up that difference. And then the second avenue is we can pursue community funding through Congress as well. We've done that on other road projects to try to keep us at that 80-20 cost split. So that, best case is we stay at 80-20. Worst case, it could slip to where we're covering a little bit more of the cost of the road project.
Yeah, I guess my question was because of the time, right? I mean, obviously costs have skyrocketed since 2017. We're pursuing these right-of-ways, and then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a hole for another $4 million. Do we have any kind of backup plan? Because we're still, I guess, counting on HGAC or Congress or somewhere else to make up the hole, or the taxpayers at the end of the day, our citizens, I would say.
So yes, so the plan would be we would, if there's going to be a shortfall from that standpoint, we'd pursue HGAC first. We'd pursue other avenues. If there's not the availability of those funds, we'd have to make a decision on do we, make up that difference and continue with the road project at what today's costs are, or not do the project. But, it's a much needed roadway in an industrial area of town, and getting that percentage of the project, it's completely local road. It's our road, but getting that percentage or near that percentage paid for with federal and state funds is a huge way to leverage our local funds.
So Trent, could you enlighten me, because I wasn't here in 2017, what the holdup has been for getting the right of way and to start construction? I mean, it seems like a long time.
So these projects where we do get state and federal fundings typically take a long time to develop the projects. From the point where I believe we were actually awarded these funding for this project in 2015. So from 2015, you've got to get your agreements in place with TxDOT. We got the agreement in place with TxDOT in 2017. At that point, you can move forward with your process to select your engineer. We went through that process, started the design, and then all of your design work has to go through the state. So they review the plans at every step through the process. All of the right-of-way documents have to go through the state. Just basically, you're working through the state on everything, so it really extends the time period to move a project forward. So,
Did this have environmental approval as well?
Yeah, you have to go through the full. Good point, Mayor Cole. You have to go through the full NEPA environmental process, which is very extensive and lengthy. You have to get through that before you can start your right-of-way acquisition. So it's not, it's somewhat typical. I think the McCard Road project was, I can't remember if it was funded in 2015 or in the previous call, like 2013. But when we get these federal dollars for these major road projects, it takes a significant amount of time to run through all the traps and all the processes that we have to get. And I look at it as those are our tax dollars. They just happen to take a detour through Washington or Austin. We're bringing those tax dollars back home, and this is the way to do that. And unfortunately, it really makes it take a long time to get the projects moved forward.
Thank you, Trent.
Yes, sir.
Smith Ranch Road is another one that's the same way. They about the same time frame and environmental process, and the whole thing is just taking that much longer. When you hear people talk about the environmental process in Washington, D.C., this is what they're talking about. It just takes forever to get these processes done. So, all right, any other questions, comments? Mr. Tooman?
Thank you, Mayor. So just a quick question beyond, but I guess the Harris County part of Makawa beyond Beltway 8, any word on their plans? Because it goes pretty...
So north of Beltway?
North of the Beltway, yes.
So I think that gets into Houston pretty quickly, and you know, Houston's asked HGAC to help them look at a kind of a long-range study of what are the traffic needs through there and what needs to happen. You know, ultimately, I think on their thoroughfare plan, it gets widened out to what you see further north when it goes to, I believe it's 4 lanes once you get to, I can't remember what the road is, but so ultimately they have that plan. I don't think, they don't have anything in the works as far as design or construction dollars or anything at this point. So
I'll enlighten that a little bit more. Transportation Policy Council, which I serve on, there has been an on-again, off-again project by TxDOT to do a freeway, Spur 5, from downtown 45 by U of H, coming down Makawa, you know, and all of this. And well, we've managed to stop that at 610. It'll go to, and that project has been let. So you'll see construction on the very far north end of that soon, and it will come down and come through 610, come down to natural grade at Dixie Drive. So if you drive that area, that's what you'll see. City of Houston does not want a freeway section down through there. We don't want a freeway section. We're aligned with the City of Houston. I don't believe Harris County wants that. And I know we've got Harris County representatives here as well. Makawa is the boundary line between 2 of the county commissioners as well. And the city of Pearland, have asked HJC for a study of that area where us, along with the City of Houston, would study that corridor and how it relates to Telephone Road or 35 and the railroad and everything else on what's appropriate other than a freeway section. TxDOT still has it in their documents for a freeway section. So at some point, and I think it would be appropriate for us to have a resolution of our intent on that, so we can once and for all let TxDOT know that we do not intend to have a freeway section come through our old town site. In fact, I learned it last week. I was in a presentation where Eliza Paul mentioned freeway section again, and the fact that we were online with a bunch of other people, I didn't come unglued. So, but I have since spoken to them that's not our intent, and we will do everything possible to stand in the way.
I think we might want a couple of resolution like that with we'll get with Houston and maybe a companion resolution to ask HGAC to commission a study for that corridor.
So what happens?
Because we've talked about it, but I don't think we've formally asked for that.
Right, and so Chad, what north of there, City of Houston hasn't moved forward with anything because of this on again, off again. They don't want to go and invest $100 million in a corridor to not know what happens with it, which makes sense. At the same time, there's sections of it that's not even drivable. So you've got that. We've got our section of Makawa that's going to get built, and so that's what I tell people at HJC and TxDOT. you have our section. We already know what's going to happen here. How, what, and where do we move forward, north of us? So, but more to come, and it's certainly something that I keep my radar every time it's the RTP part of it comes through the Transportation Policy Council. I go through that with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that it's not being put back in there by TxDOT.
Just out of curiosity, as far as where does our end stop at? Does it stop at the bridge on the north end?
Where does our jurisdiction start or our project?
Well, on the north end of it, where does our end of it terminate? Is it the bridge? Is it the Beltway?
So our responsibility and jurisdiction stops at the bridge. The project actually goes all the way to the Beltway, so it includes that segment.
So we wouldn't have 50
Yeah,
yards of
exactly.
nice
And
road and
I
then
think
it falls apart. Okay.
I think Houston supported us on the application. There's 80% federal funds coming there. It also, touches on Brookside Village. So we're actually, while a lot of these projects like Smith Ranch and what we just did with McCard, we'll let and manage those projects locally because we want to control, that relationship between us and the contractor and our residents and our businesses. On this one, we're actually going to go back to kind of the old way we used to do it and let TxDOT let the project since it's multi-jurisdictional.
That's fine. I was just curious to know where it ended. So thank
Last call for questions, comments. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavadilla.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tooman.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, back to Mr. Carbone. Would you present item I?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action resolution R 2024-41. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another agreement with TxDOT. This one's called a local on-system agreement, or a LOSA, and this allows us to work within their right-of-way when we add some capacity at the Pearland Parkway 518 intersection. So we have a project that'll add we heard about it earlier in our 4 o'clock workshop. We'll add a right turn lane southbound on Pearland Parkway, and then a right turn lane northbound, as well as a dual left or a second left turn lane northbound on Pearland Parkway at that intersection to increase the capacity of that intersection. And so to be able to do that work, we have to put this agreement in place with TxDOT.
Mr. Hernandez, I believe you pulled this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So my understanding was that we're doing this because this intersection was identified as like one of the, I guess, most unsafe intersections. We have a lot of incidents there. Is that?
So, it goes back to our traffic management plan that we did in 2015. And it looked at congestion across the city, and then it prioritized intersections. So a lot of what we came out of that prioritizing was intersection improvements, improving the capacity at intersections, because roads can have plenty of capacity on the through lanes, but you get to an intersection and you just can't push enough cars through those. So you add dual lefts, right turn lanes, and those sort of things. So while we do see a fair amount of accidents and those sort of things at our top traveled intersections, I think the bigger reason to do this, or the main driver behind this, is congestion at the intersection. It will address safety issues as well moving forward. So that's the genesis of the project.
I was curious. I think this is going to be a great improvement. I think it's much needed. I was just curious from a safety perspective. I saw that it included some of the what did you say, signal enhancements or whatever it is. I'm just kind of curious how we were addressing the safety issue, trying to push more cars through the intersection, but really that was so that I can also talk about drive-throughs, which is not as big of an issue now. Sorry, Lenny knows. When the what was it? The Smoothie King was there. It was a issue. I think now that Torchy's there, it's less of an issue. But where I live in Shadow Creek, we've got the Starbucks that was designed in Hades, I think, with the drive-through configuration there. Is there a way that we can better? So, they're making me laugh back there. Is there a way I just don't understand, like, that to me was such an oversight in the design of that initial drive-through configuration, just spilling right out into Pearland Parkway, and I mean, I'm curious what.
So, we have a
how
lot
we
of.
prevent something like that again in the future.
Yeah, so we have a lot to say with what happens in the public right of way. When it comes to internal circulation, I don't know that we have as much. I don't know if somebody from engineering or that reviews that sort of thing for us. So I know we probably try to influence things, but where do we sit when it comes to what's being developed in their internal circulation?
Yeah, I don't know that we have much say on the internal circulation piece. We can definitely advise and give feedback based on what we would see from the layout and proximity to the public intersections. But once you jump on the private property side, there's not much that we can do to regulate it.
If we see something on their internal circulation that we think is going to impact the public right away, we can make comment and have them.
Because we do talk about stacking and stuff like that. I'm hoping Torchy's never goes away and it stays because it seems to be working. But heaven forfend something else goes back, that causes that same pile up. I'm just curious if there's any way that we can prevent that from happening again. Because to me, that when I used to live right there, and that was the intersection I traveled through every single day, that was just like I would avoid it. I would go all the way back and take Magnolia around just to go to HEB sometimes because it was so terrible. Anyway, at this point, I'm just saying words. That's a concern that I had. I'm glad that we're doing this. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Nope. Yeah. Laney? All right. With that, Francis, if you call for the vote, please.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right. Thank you. Mayor, step back in. We just finished the vote, so we're on item J.
Consideration and possible action, Resolution R 2024-CPU 23-06-1. So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an extension of a conditional use permit for a gas station at the northwest corner of Makawa and McCard. It was originally approved unanimously. Due to floodplain map revisions that they've been working through, they need more time to move forward. So this will extend the CUP through March 27th, 2025.
Thank you for that. I believe Mr. Patel pulled this.
Yeah, is the applicant here? Sir, would you state your name and address, please?
My name is Adil Zahir, and I'm a project manager on this project. And the address is 80 for this particular project. I don't have on top of my head, but it's right on my Makawa and my card on the corner.
Okay. So the question I have is, have we gotten the acquisition we need for Makawa from this property? Because it's going to go right through it from my view.
I believe that would have occurred through the platting process. We confirm.
Correct. We acquired 50 foot of right-of-way for Makawa Road in 2023 when we platted this piece of property.
Okay. And then the other question, when are you planning on starting now?
So right now we are in the permitting process. It will be done in maybe in a month or so. Will be done from our side.
And you'll be starting construction?
Yeah.
You won't be back next year?
No, I won't be here next year, for sure.
Fair enough. I just want to make sure what the holdup was. Thank you.
Sometimes it happens. Yep. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
No.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1.
All right. Thank you for that. Moving to item K, Mr. Koza, would you present that, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action. Resolution number R 2024-38. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an extension of our industrial district agreement with Denbury Resources. This agreement's been in place since 2011, and basically what it does is that they end up paying the city payment in lieu of taxes in exchange for not annexing the area. So this extension extends it another 5 years and then has another auto approval for 5 years beyond that. To date, we average about $86,000 per year in revenue for the pilot or the payment in lieu of taxes agreement.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Patel, you pulled this?
So can you explain to me why do we get this pilot? This is something new to me. I've never even heard of it. And I guess what happens after 5 more? Are we going to renew it every 5 years? And is it on our terms, or do they get to decide whether they want to be annexed or not?
So maybe if legal can weigh in on some of those things.
Sure, there's a delicate way that Mr. Coker would have answered this, and I'm trying to think of it, and then it occurred to me, he's here, and he can answer it the way that he would normally do so. So I'd turn it over to the city attorney who negotiated the extension of this agreement.
I was involved in that, and so could you restate the question so I make sure I answer all of the questions that you asked?
Sure, Darren. So this is something new. So I guess this is first time I'm seeing something where we don't annex it in return for a cash payment, right? So is this, why was it done? 1, 2, what happens in 5 years? Do we get to annex them back in, or is it going to continually renew every 5 years?
So to sum it up, the answer is no, it's not protection money. So to keep, it's not so that they don't ever get annexed. The idea here is it's a very unique area of property. Obviously, they have oil fields out there. And so the city, back up until 2017, did have the ability to annex that area. But we had negotiated agreements which said we will not annex you, even back in the time when we could, if you enter into an industrial agreement. So it allows the industrial areas to continue to develop and then do a payment in lieu of taxes. And then they avoid the annexation during that time. The unique thing here about this property is the oil field is broken up into different sections. And so while we can annex their property within that zone, because not all of the property is necessarily Denbury property, but only the portions that they own we could annex, okay? But it still has to be adjacent to the city limit line in order for us to be able to annex. So to answer your question, in part, yes, it is on our terms. If it expires, we could annex portions of the property that are adjacent to the city limit line. Portions that are not, we would not be able to annex them at that time. So the compromise here is that we'll do these agreements, and then in 5 years, it would automatically renew. Of course, we could at that time exercise an option to not let it renew, but right now it would be designed to automatically renew in 5 years, and then it would be for an additional 5 years. And it will always be based on the same percentage of the appraised value of the property based on Brazoria County appraisals.
So I guess then the question is it financially beneficial for us not to annex it, or is it financially beneficial for us to annex them?
I think when you look at it here, because we could only annex portions of their property and not all of their property, it's more beneficial to do it this way because we're getting basically 65% of the appraised value for all of their properties, as opposed to the portions that we wouldn't be able to annex and not generate any revenue from. So I think it makes more sense to do it this way. Sure.
Any other questions, comments? You see industrial agreements throughout Brazoria County, in some of the jurisdictions for the same types of reasons. They're right up against the city, and it's best to do it this way. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tooman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, moving to item N, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action resolution number R2024-55. So moved.
We have a motion and a second, and before we go to staff report, I know we have NOPQR. Yeah. Are all like kind. And so, Mr. Patel, are your questions going to be similar to all of those?
I believe when I read it, I know N, O, P, Q are together. I wasn't sure. I didn't pull R.
Not ours.
Ours different, so it's NOPQ that are
Yeah,
the,
OPQ are the three, I guess, combined.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That way, staff report on those, and then.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So Harris County Precinct 2, they've been a great partner with us on the Hughes Ranch Road project. We have a cost share agreement with them on there, and that project's moving forward. So they also have additional funding opportunities through their partnership project program. So this is for additional applications through that to see if they want to partner on any of these projects with us. And all of these projects are either in our current CIP or in our long-range plans. So from Precinct 2, we have Mr. Jose Medrano here with us tonight. Thank you for being here. He's our Director of External Affairs, and I want to thank him for being here. The first application is to help fund an extension of Clear Creek Trail from Providence Village to Dixie Farm Road. So this particular project's in our long-range plans, and if successful on getting funds here, we would look at, as we said in the agenda request, that we'll work to apply for additional funds from other resources for any funding gaps. We may also rely on our traditional funding sources internal as well to make that partnership work. And then the next project is actually an application, or the second application is for a cost share on the Transite Waterline Replacement Project in the Green Tea subdivision, and that project's currently in our CIP. The third item, P, is it's to cost share on the expansion and improvements necessary at the Riverstone Ranch Lift Station. That project is also currently in our CIP. And then the fourth and final one, item Q, is a cost share on the rehab and erosion repairs that we've identified are necessary at the Pearland Parkway Bridge at Clear Creek. So this is necessary work that we need to address. It's not currently in the CIP, but we're pursuing this partnership program on it. And if not successful, we would have to figure out a way to do this fairly soon anyway. So that summarizes the different projects, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
So the reason I pull this, for one, I just want to see where the money was coming from. And first of all, thank you for being here tonight. I apologize. This is a long meeting. So I guess the question was in my head, even if Precinct 2 does allocate half of it, what's our plan on funding the rest of the half? Or do we have it on a bond package that we're going to pass, or how are we going to get this?
So I think we could look at that. We could look at, our policy on COs allows when we have funds that we've leveraged outside funds, that's an option for us matching on those. We could also potentially look to the EDC to partner on this project as well.
Trent, that takes me to my question. On all of them, they're exactly half except for O. It's not half. Why is that?
Is Joel here, or does anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So with that project, I believe that there are already funds budgeted to that extent, and we don't quite need 50% of the cost share. So we've just asked Harris County Precinct 2 for what we need for that.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt, Trent.
Good questions. Any other questions?
So just to maybe conclude, this is a competitive process. They take these applications, they go through a process of evaluating them to decide which are the ones that they want to partner on, and it doesn't mean that we will receive funding for any of these, but we do look forward to continuing that partnership and doing additional projects in the future, whether it's these or other ones.
I don't know that we can combine them. I think that has to be individual projects. I think good question, but I think they have to be individual. I want to thank Harris County Precinct 2. We've been successful in getting some dollars for our Hughes Road project. We want to thank you guys and the commissioner for helping us with that project as well. And, we have a portion of our city in Harris County, and we've got a Harris County commissioner that's willing to to work with us on some of these projects. So I want to thank you for not only being here tonight, but also pushing and helping us navigate y'all's process. And then hopefully we can be successful with some of these, and we can spread these costs over several jurisdictions, and we actually make them happen sooner rather than later, which is always good. So with that, we will, Madam Secretary, will call for the vote on item N.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Sounds good. Ms. Kay, would you present item O?
Yes. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2024-56. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we need for staff report? I think we touched them all. Any questions or comments on item O? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Sounds good. Mr. Tooman, present item P.
Consideration possible action resolution number R 2024-54. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, Mr. Patel, if you would present item Q.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Considering possible action, resolution number R 2024-57. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, sounds good. Mr. Carbone, back to you. Item R.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution R 2024-58. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. This was pulled inadvertently. Not sure if we need a quick staff report on this.
Sure, Mayor. So this item approves participation in a grant for a tactical throwable robot. It covers 100% of those costs. That's a tool that'll be used by our SWAT team. This program is under Homeland Security Grant Program, and it's part of the Urban Area Security Initiative, or UASI grant. So we recommend participating in this, as they pay 100% of this tool for our SWAT team.
Open it up for questions, comments. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavarria.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, Ms. Chavarria, if you present item S.
Consideration and possible action, resolution R 2024-60. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is for a change order associated with the Bailey Road overpass project. So that's the project putting in the final 2 lanes of Bailey Road from State Highway 35 over to Veterans. The project's moved along well and is on schedule. However, it was discovered that quantities on several of the bid items were less than the actual quantities necessary to build the project. So the contract we have with the contractor, we pay on actual quantities. Which usually we true that up at the end. You know, some quantities run over, some run under, and then we true that up at the end. However, when we discovered that we had several items that were actually the bid quantities were under the actual quantities when it was bid, it was necessary to go ahead and bring that change order because of the overall amount. So just to put a little perspective on this, the original budget for this project that the voters approved was $19.54 million. We've actually reduced that overall budget by $1 million. So the current budget's actually about $18.4 million. And this change order does fit within the contingency of the reduced current budget. So we recommend approval of the change order with our Construction Civil LLC in the amount of $499,550.58. Thank you.
I'll turn it to Mr. Carbone. You pulled this?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Some of these quantities are large. How'd we miss it? And by we, I guess whoever designed it, Reese and Nichols.
So we've got representatives from Freese Nichols here tonight that can respond.
Thank you for being here. Give us your name and address for the record so we can tie comments.
JB Ferguson, 1462 Oak Tree Drive, Houston.
Richard Weatherly, 11200 Broadway, Pearland Town Center.
So sorry, can you repeat the question one more time?
These are big quantities, and y'all are engineers. What happened?
There's not a great reason for the missing quantities. The design was accurate throughout the plans. It was a true quantity bust, and what ended up in our Q tables and then ultimately in the bid form. How the quantities were missed is something that I've got to figure out internally with my team, but I don't have a clear answer as to why.
All right. How long have we known about this? I'm gonna come off as an asshole. I'm sorry, but like you're here tonight, and we've probably known about this for weeks, if not months.
So
I guess staff, how long have we known there's these big busts in quantities?
So we awarded the contract, I think, started the construction phase back in November, roundabout. And then at that time, we came back and we brought on board a CMCI contractor that did a constructability review. So somewhere around November, December is where we started reviewing quantities and checking everything, and that's kind of where we identified it. So maybe about where we at March, so maybe about 2-3 months now.
Okay. So just we screwed up. I mean, I if that's the answer, that's the answer.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I guess the question I've got is, are construction charging more for this, or is it under their normal bid?
Yes.
A lot of times, I mean, let me tell you, contractors have a guy on staff. Every single one of them has somebody on staff that finds the quantity bust. They find it, they exploit it, and then they come after us to gig us. I want to know, are they gigging us, or are they same quantities, same cost for those quantities in their bid?
No, sir. We believe that the unit prices were all fair. Not only did we do an analysis after we looked at the increase in quantities, Agarian Fields, who is a third-party CE&I firm on it, they also did their own analysis on it. It really boiled down to two major items that caused this major increase. On one of them, our construction was actually the lowest bidder on that item. And the other item, the increase in quantity was about 4%. And so the unit price wouldn't have changed much regardless. And even for that item, all three bidders were relatively in the same.
That's fair. So had it been upfront and given what pricing all the contractors put into it, would it have changed the low bidder?
No, sir, we don't believe so.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Right to pull it and have a discussion.
Yeah, and thank you, Tony, for pulling this. I too am kind of concerned. Did you guys work on McCard project? Didn't we have a dispute, an error they made on design on that project too?
Yes. So there were some issues with some of the design on that project. We've worked out basically a settlement agreement on that, where they've picked up the share of that cost that was attributable to those true errors in the plans.
So guys, I hope you know where I'm going with this. I don't think the taxpayers should be on the hook on this. you guys charge a extra fee to do the Q-tip, correct? You guys design it, that's one fee. Then you make the bid drawings, correct? And there's a fee for that. You're not saying yes or no. Am I making a mistake?
Sorry, I'm not following.
In your fee that you charge the city for this project, there was a design fee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then there's a fee for you guys to do the bid documents.
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So in this bid documents, what you designed, you didn't put in correctly. So we went and got the lowest bidder, right? Now you turn around, and everybody knows we have $19 million. The project came in under. And it's very interesting. You know, I asked my city manager, what qualifies for things to be on the consent agenda? And he said it has to be less than $500,000. Guess what his change order came in at? $499,550. Just below $500,000. Now, do you think it's fair for us to pick up the tab when you guys made the mistake?
I guess what I'll add to that is that there was no mistake in the design. It was truly a translation of quantities into the bid documents. There is no rework that the contractors had to do. There's had to been no removal of any pavement, sidewalk, or anything in reinstallation. Had the quantities reflected the design in the plans, this cost would have been incurred last March whenever our construction was awarded the project.
But then at the same time, we weren't comparing apples and apples between contractors. We may have thought one contractor was higher and this contractor was lower when compare if they had bid it correctly, right? End of the day, my point to you is, guys, you guys keep making mistakes on our projects. It's fair. Any large projects you've done for us, at least in my tenure, which has been very short, you guys keep coming back, and every project we come back with, Fritz and Nichols, there's a change order. How is that fair to the taxpayers? Don't you think your insurance should pick up the tab on this? You guys have insurance, correct? It's a conversation that I'm not going to approve this. I hope my council doesn't approve it. And let the chips fall where they do. Otherwise, every project you guys are on, I'm going to vote it down.
Any other questions, comments?
Just clarification, so I'm understanding. It was this is a unit cost issue, and a lack of the appropriate number of quantity, correct? So the unit cost is not changed.
That's correct.
Okay, so to the point that was made earlier, I'm assuming the other bidders bid a price for each one of the units as well, correct? So we could at least compare what they were saying they were paying versus, because the unit price is not changing. Is that what you said?
Correct. The unit prices are not changing based on the original bid.
Okay, so it's a quantity issue.
It's a quantity issue solely.
And they said it would not have changed their recommended.
Right. Okay. All right. I do think that's an important distinction that I wasn't clear on, so thank you for letting me ask that question.
The reason I asked that, because I wanted to know if it would have changed the bid process. And you understand why I'm asking that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Chavarria?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
No.
Member Tuman?
Aye.
Member Patel?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
No.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
The motion fails 3-4.
We have to figure out what we got to do.
Yeah, we can't build the road without this change order, so we'll figure out what we do.
And I'll just say, because they're in the room, they're doing our Berry Rose design. Won't happen on that project. Period. $230 million project. Won't happen on that project. Period. Next up, Mr. Koza, item V.
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2024-39. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item approves a professional services contract with Civitas Engineering to provide engineering design services for 3 lift station projects. The Riverstone Ranch lift station expansion, it needs some additional capacity. The Whispering Winds lift station relocation, that is a lift station in its current condition. It needs to be replaced, and there's a better location for that. And then rehabilitation of the Southdown lift station. So all 3 of these lift stations were identified in our wastewater master plan to address their current conditions or capacity. So we recommend approval of this design contract in the amount of $498,525. Thank you.
All right, I'll turn to Mr. Patel. I believe you pulled this.
Yes, Mayor, I did. On one of their documents where this breaks down to 498, 525, I guess the line item number 3 says construction phase. If this is only design, why are we already including the construction phase where we don't know where the funds are going to come from or how much we're going to pay? Shouldn't that be part of construction? Why are we already including in this contract?
So our engineering contracts typically include the basic services for design, any additional services if we need survey or environmental services or things like that, and then it includes the bid phases. It includes the construction phase. So the design engineers have a responsibility during construction to review submittals, to review requests for information, and shop drawings and everything to ensure that everything that the contractor's submitting to build meets the plans and specifications. So that's the construction phase responsibility of the engineer. So we always have a construction phase associated with our design contracts. We set that up based on the expected level of effort, and then we make it an hourly not to exceed. So we only pay the amount of hours necessary to review those documents through the process.
So, but this would be once the documents are prepared for bids and we pick a contractor, correct?
Right, so we'll bid the project out. We'll, select a contractor, award that construction contract, and then, immediately the contractor starts submitting their shop drawings and their submittals for approval to the engineer. And the engineer reviews those, make sure they're in conformance with the design and the bid documents and the specifications, and approves them. And then if there's any questions over any of the design, the contractor submits requests for information and the design engineer responds to those. So it's always in our design contracts to have bid phase or construction phase services. What it does, it makes the engineer responsible for that design through the construction phase as well.
It's the one we just voted on.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza,
You just stepped out.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Chavadilla,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Cade,
Aye.
Member Tooman,
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
All right, moving forward to W, Mr. Hernandez.
Consideration possible action resolution number R2024-35. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is an add to our construction manager at risk contract with Durotech for the Law Enforcement Training Center and the renovations at the Public Safety Building. So the original scope of this project, of course, renovated the old Fire Station 4 into the Law Enforcement Training Center. You've seen that. It's complete. And then renovations in the Public Safety Building, including expanding the Emergency Operations Center, adding offices for our emergency operations personnel. And then we also made renovations to the commercial kitchen area to make sure it's sized and adequate to serve us during a full activation of the Emergency Operations Center. So part of that original scope was to build out the old tax office on the second floor at the Public Safety Building as an additional training room for our police academy and our ongoing continuing education and training for our police department. We didn't include that part of it in the guaranteed maximum price under the CMAR contract due to concerns that we needed to finish different parts of the project, like the law enforcement training center and some of these renovations, to ensure we stayed within the budget. So now that we have the law enforcement training center and the other PSB renovations wrapping up, we do have the funds available to go ahead and complete the original scope within the existing budget. So with that, we recommend adding the $163,909.52 to the construction manager at risk contract to complete the renovations at the public safety building.
All right, Ms. Cade, I believe you pulled this.
I did. Trent, on page 20 of the agenda packet, I was just looking through it, and there's some items on there that I had a couple of questions about. My computer's dead, so I'm trying to find it on here. One says, let me see. Yes, please. Thank you. Where's our PowerPoint person?
You're looking at that.
Yes, thank you. Okay, if you look where it says extended general conditions, $35,803. What are extended general conditions? And then it says it's just fee, $7,879.
So I believe that so general conditions are the cost for the contractor to basically man and provide all the equipment and office space and things like that to conduct the project. So I think the bulk of those costs are with their project manager and their superintendent that'll oversee the completion of this work. And then the fee, I believe, is our negotiated construction manager at risk fee that gets added on to the actual cost of the work. So through the construction manager at risk process, it's basically they bid out all the trades. We get to see those bids, and then you add up all those costs. They have to, basically open book, show us what their additional general conditions are, and then the fee is what gets added on top of that for the CMAR for their profit. And so, anything else in that not covered, Lorenzo?
And progress cleaning, is that just cleaning?
It's known as fee.
You see progress cleaning on there? All right, thank you.
It's under description of work 14.
Saw it. Is Durotech here? Thank you.
So has this work already started?
No.
Please step to the mic.
Name and address, please.
Matthew Munzer, 19006 Casper Drive, Spring, Texas. I'm the project manager on the PSB and Law Enforcement Training Center.
Okay. So when is this work scheduled to start?
It's contingent on the approval of the change order.
Okay. But if it's approved today, are you guys already out there finishing up, or?
We have pulled off. We have finished the base scope of the project. So to answer Councilmember Cade's question, general conditions is supervision, and when we bid the base scope, we put general conditions that encompasses the superintendent's supervision time, my supervision time, anything that goes on the overhead part of the project. And then the fee that's put on that change order was negotiated at the base contract, so it matches that fee just for the added scope of the work.
I saw it was 5%. It just said fee. It didn't have
a profit margin.
Okay, thank you. All right. I just was curious.
Okay.
Thank you.
How long will this project take?
We added about 2 months onto the scope.
It says here 60 days, I believe, at the top there. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Tuman.
Aye.
Member Patel.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Member Carbone.
Aye.
Member Chavania.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, moving to item X. Ms. Kay, would you place that on the table, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2024-34. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item approves the purchase of the furniture necessary for the item we just approved, the new training room at the PSB in the old tax office area. We're utilizing interlocal cooperative purchasing pricing, which has been bid out, and so we're able to avail ourselves to those bid prices. It's basically the same training room furniture that we purchased for the Law Enforcement Training Center. Again, fits within the existing budget, so we recommend approval in the amount of $78,809.10. Thank you.
All right, I believe, Mr. Carbone, you pulled this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just want to get some more info on these $530 chairs. It seems a little high.
So, I mean, these are same chairs we have for the training center. I think they're very similar to the ones we've had in our PSB training, which have lasted a significant amount of time. So we're, making sure we're getting something that's going to last for the long haul.
Tables seemed kind of high too. There was a table for $1,800 something. I don't know what kind of table it is, but
So the bulk of the tables are $1,255. They're 24 by 64 inch flip and nest training tables. So they've got outlets. They plug in USB outlets, cutouts, and all those different add-ons. And then we're able to flip those up, nest them, store them out of the way, so we can do other types of training in there as well. And again, same ones we put in the law enforcement training center is my understanding.
It says their list price is $920 each, so according to that, we're getting a deal.
I got some stuff to sell you. I guess what's the process? Like, who do we pay an engineer to spec out chairs, or how does that process work?
So we work with Jerry Luck at the Luck Company. They're able to, go through a process of helping us determine what fits in the room, how it's going to be laid out, and then they have access through all the different cooperative contracting. So we're using the TIPS as well as the Sourcewell contract and Omnia contract for the different portions of the work. And those are bid out by those entities.
Can I ask if this is the same chair? It also comes with a lifetime warranty. Have we ever had to use a warranty on any of these purchases?
So I think, Jerry, do you want to help us respond to that?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Sorry.
State your name and address as well.
Hi, my name's Jerry Luck with the Luck Company, and my address is 6106 Worcester Lane, Houston, Texas. Yes, I don't know exactly what the warranty is, but I can get you. They're different warranties, and they have different years. It's usually 12 to 15 years. And yes, we have had some warranty issues on some of the other chairs that were at the Orange Center Service Center. And so we replaced all of the ones that we had any issues with. I just get a phone call, we take a picture of the tag on the bottom, and replace the chair.
So I was sitting at my kitchen table reading this, and I asked my wife about this and the price of the chair, and her jaw dropped. So I guess when you're shopping for furniture, you have to feel it. So I guess if I'm going to pay $532 for 60 chairs, I'm going to want to sit in it and feel it and possibly rub on it. So it seems It seems a little high to me.
And is that, what buy board did we go through?
On which product? On the chairs? Sourcewell?
Is it all of it through different buy boards, or is it,
Different manufacturers are associated with different buy boards.
any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Cade?
No.
Member Tuman?
No.
Member Patel?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
No.
Member Chavania?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
The motion fails 2-5.
I think you're getting a sense. We feel like we're overpaying for things. Before we, yes, yes,
So what is it? Yes?
yes.
Mayor, can I make a motion to reconsider item S?
You can.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider item S.
Go ahead and say consideration possible action resolution.
Oh, I can't see it, I'm sorry. Consideration and possible action, reconsider resolution number R 2024-60. So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we do, Darren or Lawrence, can you give us a legal opinion on that? Not doing the reconsideration, it's the action taken tonight. What will this cause us?
Sure.
Both of us can.
Oh, go ahead, Lawrence.
Well, I was going to say, but before we get to that, I think we need to put it on the table before he can talk about
It
that.
is on the table.
So, I'm sorry, I thought you were asking us to comment on it before the motion to reconsider.
So there's a motion to reconsider on the table. That's right. Motion to reconsider is on the table. With that vote, we will, we'll take a vote on the motion to reconsider. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Tuman?
Aye.
Member Patel?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
No.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Chavania?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-3.
Okay. So we have a motion to reconsider on the, or the motion is on the table to reconsider. So with that, give us our legal ramifications of denying that request tonight.
Okay, so what we'd be looking at is trying to attribute fault, liability, payment, and possible consequences, I'm assuming is what you're asking for?
In an active project.
In an active project? All right. With the depth of those issues, I would again turn to Mr. Coker since he's over to my left. And he's going to know a little bit more about the contracting portions of it. I just think hearing it from him would be best.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, and I appreciate y'all letting me come off the bench for just a moment and interact here. But this is an issue I actually appreciate the motion to reconsider, because I just want to remind council of an issue here, is that the contract that was voted down, or excuse me, the change order that was voted down, that is a contract that actually states within that contract that the city is responsible for actual quantities, okay? There's actually provision in section 6.03 of our general conditions that states that the quantities are estimates, and that those estimates will ultimately be translated into real numbers, and those get shored up later through change orders. And so our contract contemplates that, and that change order was between the city and the contractor. And the contractor is entitled to those funds, and the city will need to pay those funds. Now, I understand it was voted down tonight, and we could always take that up again at a future meeting, but I just wanted to reiterate that fact. Now, with respect to, typically when you look at change orders, you're going to have scope change orders. That was not a scope change. That was one where a quantity was missed by the engineer. Now, we did pay engineering fees to Reese Nichols, true, and paying them for many services, as Trent indicated earlier. There's several things included in an engineering contract, whether it's the actual design, preparing bids, doing other forms of work as well, including construction phase services. Those are not being impacted. They're still being paid for what they did. They're not charging us any extra for this. The city is responsible for the actual quantities under our contract. And so, and in reality, if the council ever really considered, well, let's go after the engineer here and make them responsible for this, that's a case that we just wouldn't win. It's not something that's a really viable case. I understand sometimes it's important to make a statement that subpar work will not be accepted in Pearland, but we still have to weigh that and balance it against our contractual obligations to make sure we don't put ourselves in a worse situation. Because the unintended consequence is you put a contractor in a position where we're not paying them $600,000, $500,000, then what if a contractor then pulls back and now we're incurring additional expenses of general conditions under a contract? Those are things that need to be weighed when we consider that. Completely understand the position of council in sending a statement to consultants who are not performing to the level that you expect, not only for yourself, but also for the city and the taxpayers. So that's just something I would encourage is if as you're considering a reconsideration, take those factors into consideration as well.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yeah.
What, in this, what I'm trying to, okay, I don't want to sound like an a-hole, but what I want to say is what's to keep them from, to be the lowest bidder, doing something like that and under.
So the contractor didn't do anything. The contractor bid the quantities that were put in front of them and all the bidders that bid on the project. It was the engineer that had the wrong quantities in the bid documents.
So instead of 100, it should have been 200.
Right.
And all bidders bid on the same amount. The contractor didn't do anything to manipulate.
That's why I asked the question that I did.
Right. That's a good.
Did they go back and look at each bidder and did they apply that quantity to that unit price?
I got it.
Each bidder.
Would
they have had the same bid result? And the answer was yes.
So yes, I got it. Thank you.
And that's why I asked that question, because I want to make sure that there wasn't something
nefarious
going on that,
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
So I have a question.
Can I just say that it's fair to reframe that the mindset that this is with the contractor, not with the engineer. And I think that's an important thing that's been kind of muddled.
The change orders with the contractor who bid the project that was in front of him. And then the quantities changed.
But at the end of the day, Freeze and Nichols has had their second strike.
Well, and that would be an action that we would take separately.
Yeah.
Right.
So I want to make sure I understand, Darren, we are obligated to pay these funds? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I have a comment and then Darren, I have a question. So I guess the question I'll start with is, let's just say, so first of all, we're going to hold up the Bailey Road project construction by holding this up. So, and it wasn't due to the contractor, it was due to the engineer. I think that there's some question on, is the engineer responsible for paying this? So if we approve the change order, we're not giving up our right if we want to pursue the engineering company for the $500,000. Is that correct?
That's correct. However, again, I would caution against thinking that there's a viable case there, and that's simply because it was an engineering quantity bust.
Right, and I agree.
We're not being charged by them for that, and it's correct. But we're not giving up our rights if we wanted to.
Okay, and then secondly, so it's a quantity issue. So had they not made the mistake, this quantity would have been on the contract and it would have cost us this anyway. Is that correct? So we're not actually, yeah, there was a mistake and it was omitted or whatever, but it's not costing us anymore. Their error is not costing us anymore.
Councilmember Tooman, and that is a good way of stating this, and that you said it exactly. But in any cause of action, if you go after a party and you want to sue them, the central element of that is you've got to prove damages. Right. And in this case, the city hasn't been damaged other than the frustration and what we're dealing with a consultant here who's making mistakes.
Right. So one more question and then a comment. And the question is probably more for Trent on this one. And that is, this does fall within our contingency. And so we have funds that are there for mistakes that are made for reasons like this.
Yeah, so we have contingencies for if an issue like this happens. You know, we hope the issues like this don't happen, but we also have contingency there for any unknown conditions. You know, you get out and you start a project and you may dig something up that nobody knew was there, and there's a cost to dealing with that. So that's why we have contingency in these projects. We typically, you know, start with a larger contingency as we work our way through design and get to the bid and actual construction. We reduce that down to a smaller amount throughout the project, but that's what it's there for.
Okay, and then my final comment is going to be, you know, that has been some errors made here, and definitely I want to say thank you to Member Carbone and Member Patel for standing up for the city and really putting it frankly to them. And I think the mayor, you did a good job too as well. But I think that there may be a conversation that's had with them that, you know, maybe they would consider covering some of this even without a lawsuit. And it may not be that we can go after them, but, you know, we will possibly be doing or possibly not be doing future business with them, and then maybe that's something they consider. But I can't see holding up the project for this. So
It's not our construction's fault that they're here. It's they're doing the project, and had the quantity been correct, we would have been paying this, and we would have moved forward. I think we're right by stopping, halting, and pointing out an engineer's issue. Especially, like, as I mentioned, they are doing the design work on our Berry Rose Longwood redo. I mean, that's a $230, $250, $260 million project. It's not a, you know, $15 to $18 million project. It's more than 10 or 15 times that, and all the more reason, that many more quantities, that many more moving parts, and I know Lorenzo and staff, I know at one point we used to bring in construction management at a 90 percentile to look at constructability before it went to bid, not after. And so I'd like to make sure that our process, we're bringing a fresh set of eyes. Not that the design was, again, the design was right. It's making sure that we're going through constructability review and we catch these types of things before they go out the door. So that's the reason why we did that at a 90%, just to get a fresh set of eyes on it, to make sure that we didn't have, you know, change orders coming up that were a surprise. Some of these other change orders, they're not by surprises. They were by design. Hey, we don't think we have enough money to do the full thing, so we're going to pull back. Now that we have some dollars, we can add the scope back in. I think that's fine. It's a good way to do that. But on something like this, when I heard you say we brought in, you know, the construction management, you know, after, and again, they caught it, thank goodness. We would have been in the middle of the field, and we would have told them to continue on because you're not going to stop a project. So I'm glad we caught it, and I'm glad we caught it when we did. It'd been nice to have caught it when we go out to bid. So I'll leave you with that.
Mayor, can I ask, so this change order, how far are we? Are we 60% done, 70% done with the project?
We're barely 20%.
Yeah, I'd say 20 to 30%.
So technically, we don't know how to vote on this change order today because we probably will get some more down the line, correct?
I wouldn't expect we would have anything this sizable down the road.
So why not put this change order off until the end, till you true up? Because there may be some credits coming back to you from what it sounds like.
And that's possible. I think we just felt that, I mean, that's when we typically would deal with quantity overruns and underruns. But just the size of this one, we felt it would be appropriate to go ahead and get these quantities approved and move forward without that, hanging till the end. If we have underruns in the end on other items, that money's going to come back to us anyway.
To me, I think it feels like hold off on this until the end, because if you do have other places, because you adding this $500,000 early off the project, all that tells me is you have 80% more to go. You'll be back again. Numbers will get bigger. And you know what? I'd rather have one change order at the end and say, yes, this makes sense. And I appreciate, Darren, your explanation. Certainly would have been better if we would have gotten that before we voted on it. But unfortunately, we didn't ask. So
well,
I think we did.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. We sent a message to our construction tonight that we're not going to pay for this, and they were here tonight. Contractor was here tonight. We just sent a message to our construction that we're not going to pay for this change order. So I'm not sure what their reaction is going to be tomorrow. We're under contract with them, but we told them tonight we're not going to pay for this. And I don't know when these items are coming up for construction. I don't know if they're next week or next month or at the end of the project, but we sent that message tonight, and they were here. So I'd rather settle it and move on, and we'll take them as they come or do a closeout. But we sent the message to our construction tonight that we weren't going to pay for this.
Yeah, I guess my biggest fear is what else have they missed? And, down the line, we get more of these misses only because we're at 20%.
Mayor,
So it's not, foolproof, but we have gone through the constructability review that did identify that. It didn't identify anything else. Now, that doesn't mean there's not something we don't run into. There's not an unknown condition. But I think it best at this point to get this through. We're moving forward clean. The contractor understands where things stand, and then we'll deal with whatever the normal
And it's
balancing change order we
I was
would
gonna
deal
say,
with at
and
the
it's
end of the project
construction.
anyway.
We're going to open the dirt up and might find something that we don't know is under the ground. Darren wanted to.
Yeah, and just one final comment, and I completely understand and respect where Councilmember Patel's coming from there, because we will be doing a balancing change order. However, there's something, an intangible that you get, especially when you're doing big projects, that you can't really measure that intangible, and that's the trust relationship between the owner, that's who we are under the contract, and then the contractor. And having that trust relationship, I guess, sitting in the room this evening, the message was sent to the contractor that we're not good for this, we're not going to pay for that. And then the contractor sits there and thinking, oh, so now this is, okay, the line's being drawn in the sand and I'm the innocent bystander. And so that's just something to keep in mind. But I completely understand, I agree with you, that is, this is a larger change order early in a project. This is the unique nature of it. But I think it's probably better in this instance to work this out and then send that message to the contractor. Yes, we're working together to get this done. And if by chance something happens along with the engineering that does increase our costs because of mistakes and we actually have damages, yeah, let's have those conversations. And we're gonna have conversations anyway because of the performance that we've seen up to now. But that's just my 2 cents worth. So thank you.
Mr. Tooman, real quick.
So yeah, just my final comment is, again, I don't know that we blame our constructor for this, but we did send that message. But the real message that was sent here was, in my opinion, was to Freeze and Nichols on the error that was made. So.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Darren, and I do regret, not the message I want to send our construction to slow down or not that we're not going to honor the agreement. I think my frustration is this is the second time I've been here with Freeze and Nichols in a very short span of time that we're going back for their error. And now, we're also giving them a $230 million project to design, and that's God only knows what's that going to do. So that's my frustration, and I agree. I think, look, I certainly don't want to stop the project or slow the project down. I certainly believe you owe the money, pay them the money. They've earned it. but I certainly would like to have my options to see what we can do to get Freeze and Nichols to pay for part of it or to remove them on any future project. I'm happy to consider that motion also.
Duly noted. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we're going to vote on the new motion that's on the table.
Member Cade? There isn't a motion on the
You're voting on the change order. Yes or no?
Aye.
Member Chavarria?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
She's already voted.
Started with her.
Member Tooman?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for that. I know it took us a little bit to get through that, and I agree. I think sometimes when you've got these professional organizations working for you, we have to send the message. Hopefully, we've done that tonight, and more messages to go. With that, we'll move to other business. There are none. Mayor, council issues for council discussion. There are none. We do have an executive session under Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with city attorney regarding legal advice associated with the development of property in the city. With that, we will recess into exec session at 9:40. Council has returned from executive session at 10:41. At this time, we will move to take no action on, well, there was no action taken on the executive session item, so we will move to adjournment at 10:41.